All right, everybody, welcome back to Westeros. Thank you for joining us for another Sea of Spears Sunday. We are coming at you live from all around the Seven Kingdoms. Okay, it's mostly one kingdom plus Scotland, but we're excited to have you here, and we are excited for the adventures of House Nymaryen to continue. Things are ramping up just a smidge in the last several sessions. Some poop has begun to hit some fans, and things are kicking up a notch. Things are getting a little more serious. So we left off last session having successfully navigated a colorful Associ mercenary camp or two, and navigated socially with the thanks of Illyrio Mopatis, a humble magister from Pentos. And you have Jon Connington and the Golden Company on board, JonCon and the GoCo, as I recently referred to them in a Facebook post. They are
That's what
on
we all
board.
say all the time.
Yeah. So you guys, that's all the cool kids call it.
JoCo.
So JonCon and the GoCo are on board to come back to Westeros alongside you and assist you in exchange for lands and stuff when they get back. But also, what you were mostly going there to get, you got. And that was the missing journal for the year 281, penned by Jothos Valerian. And this is the one that has the location of the Dragon's Hoard. So you have Jon Connington's blessing and the book, and now you know where to go find the Dragon's Hoard, which would then begin the process of recovering the Dragon's Hoard. So we are going to pick up several days later is the plan. You guys traveled back across the plains to Illyrio Mopatis' manse. You rested up after like riding all through a day and a night type of thing, and getting your ship ready and your crew back together, yada yada yada. And we're gonna open this episode as the credits roll away, or the opening, the title page, with your ship, which, what was it called again, Lucaris? I believe you rechristened it or resevened
Yes.
it.
I believe it was Wyvern's Hope.
The Wyvern's Hope. Do they still call it christening? Or is it like, yes, I resevened it?
Sevening it? I sevened it?
Like, right?
Yeah, it maybe be something like, I don't know, like, I mean, maybe just call it naming, because,
yeah, or whatever.
It doesn't really exist in this.
Yep. One thing that jumped out at me, it's just a quick segue, because it's, whatever, I got the mic. Very wedding singer style. In the old D&D Forgotten Realms Avatar trilogy, which is how they went from first edition to second, a thing that jumped out at like 13-year-old Rusty indignantly, and I went and asked the librarian about this at my middle school where I got this book, was, why are they calling this Spanish moss? Because you're in this fantasy setting of Toril.
A librarian.
And and I'm like, I don't understand.
Who I complained to books about? Is it you?
Yeah. I thought they called it Spanish moss because it was from Spain. Does it mean something else? So I was just like, I was so furious. I was like, what is this?
I always had an issue as a kid with plot lines that involved puns. Like the key to the plot was a pun in English, but it was like a fantasy setting.
Right.
Where they weren't supposed to be speaking English.
Right. Or the prophecy always rhymes when they translate it from ancient Egyptian and shit like that. You're like, this just seems a little convenient. I don't think that's accurate. So yeah.
Is it also a pun in their language? Is this like for my benefit? See, the cartoon wouldn't say, but if it was J.R.R. Tolkien who wrote it, he'd have a 45-page explanation.
You would know. He would tell you the truth.
Actually, the original says this.
Yeah. So, sorry, quick segue over the christening thing. So it was renamed Wyvern's Hope. So we see Wyvern's Hope sailing south and west from Pentos, hugging the Associ coast before taking a hard right, and you are making your way across some of these smaller stepstones towards your target, which is an island, because it's in the stepstones and they all are islands. It's just how this works. But you are on your way to the perhaps rather ominously named Whitebone Isle. And that's what we see. We see a storm-tossed ship cutting through the narrow sea, dodging pirates as it makes its way along the stepstones. And from here, we're going to cut to a little kind of quick, pensive camera shot of where someone is on the ship, and then like them brooding or being thoughtful over their own little individual flashback. So let's start with the queen that isn't quite yet. Let's go with the Lady Rhaenys Targaryen, who may someday reclaim the Iron Throne. Where are you standing dramatically on this cloud-covered ship, making your way across the narrow sea, and what are you thinking about?
Um, she's standing up at the prow, staring forward into the mist, trying really hard to see something, and her head is full of names and places and how to pull this shit together and then win the throne. And then after that, we have to pull it together and rebuild everybody we just beat, so that we actually have a whole kingdom again. And that's a lot. That's a lot. Uh, I'm kind of jealous right now because I'd rather it be Bela in this moment, but that doesn't last long because she's a Targaryen. But her brain's been spinning. I mean, it we had a focus earlier, and that was to get Jon Connington, and we were to get the other journal, and then we've accomplished that, and now the goal is to get the Hoard. So that's what I'm focusing on. We're gonna get the Hoard one step at a time.
So trying to be aware that you need a bigger picture, but putting off some of that until you can do it a step at a time, step at a time, step at a time.
Yeah.
Because it's a little easier to swallow the meal that way, right? You're like, suddenly I've got a lot bigger responsibility than I thought I had, so let's just worry about this next part. All right, so she is standing on the prow, or up in the prow, I guess, not like
on the prow. Thank you.
Up there looking kind of wind tossed and thinking. What did Rhaena do before you guys got back on the ship? Anything in particular during that long ride and brief prep before taking back to the narrow sea?
I sent a packet of letters back to Westeros on as many different ships as I needed to go on, but I sent one to Lord Maekar and Nymaryen at home in Weaver's Rest. I sent one to my Lord husband, Willis Tyrell, in Storm's End. And he can share with Varys and Lady Olenna as he pleases. And then I sent another letter to Dragonstone to Lord Stannis Baratheon.
The contents of which will probably never come up in stream. It's no big deal.
Oh, no, never.
He's just saying hi. It's his birthday. So
Lord Paramount of the Crownlands.
Just checking in.
I
presume he's going to be like, hey, Stannis, be cool, okay?
So, who is up next, Rhaena? Where does our camera go next on this ship?
Bela.
All right. Where's Bela on the ship, and what is she thinking about or doing or mulling over or what?
Bela is leaning up against the mast of the ship, nonchalantly, like there's nothing big going on. She's got her spear in her hands, and she's got a rag, and she's polishing the spear. which is something that she does quite often, as it turns out. Just one of those things. You have a weapon, you're making sure it looks presentable, especially when it's Valyrian steel. You need to make sure that it looks the part, and it's definitely not hiding any inner turmoil of what's going on.
Just old confident, empty-headed Bela thinking about nothing. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
No need to be nervous.
Yeah, nothing unusual here. Nothing sailing towards a future that she definitely didn't take no responsibility in when she was young. A future she definitely prepared for, being head of a house. So she's kind of just going back to routine, and because she might be a little bit uncomfortable with the situation, and she might be on edge, and things might come apart.
like, oops, Bela thought a second too long, we say as we watch her hurl herself off the ship into the narrow sea. She's just like, nope, wow.
But it's okay. She's doing the cool bisexual pose, leaning up against the mast of the ship, polishing a very, very nice weapon.
What did Bela do before you lot rushed away from Essos?
Something very much like her warrior self is very comfortable doing. She went and talked business with Illyrio Mopatis right before we left.
So, working on some agreements about adding Nymaryen and Willed trade ports and that sort of thing, and opening up future conversations about favorable trade. And,
her pitch was basically that with the connections that House Nymaryen has now all across the Sea of Dorne, that the entire area is either controlled by or on very friendly terms with the house, and it would be a very prosperous area to do trade and an area to bring goods into and disperse from within Nymaryen or Nymaryen allied households.
So just normal Bela stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about tariffs and such. Yeah, it's just normal. So she is, however, grudgingly moving into her position as the heir of House Nymaryen, but then she's immediately disputing that, given as soon as anybody's looking away. So who is up next after Bela? Where's our camera go?
Well, speaking of trade in port cities, let's go to Brother Luke Harris.
Luke would be on the main deck of the ship, navigating the way to the island.
Okay.
They have the big wheels.
The helm, yes.
No, the thing.
Yeah, they got a big wheel, I think, as well as barking orders. And he, if at time, which sounds like he did, would have negotiated something with Illyrio Mopatis himself to bring a couple exotic handmaidens back for his wife.
Okay. So securing some future trade in a less heir to House Nymaryen way. But yeah. Any other particular preparations that Luke was up to before you guys got back onto the ship?
Nothing specific besides that. Just securing the ship and making sure we have supplies and all the boring stuff.
All right. And lastly, our camera pans around the storm-tossed Wyvern's Hope and settles upon the youngest Nymaryen. Where's Adam, and what's he up to?
I'm presuming this is daytime, yeah?
Sure.
I mean, given what the flashback's going to be, like Adam is like feeling a lot of stuff and quite trepidatious about where things are going. So he will have retreated to his safe haven, which would be Mr. Ferris. So he'll be wherever he is, like within. I mean, I don't know what we would be doing, but
Yeah, Ferris is going to be either below decks or in a chamber because he sees no good reason to be outside where the rain is when he can be inside looking back over the journals and that sort of thing.
I mean, honestly, that's probably Adam's similar reasoning. So he's probably sort of sat next to him and they're looking at stuff together. And Adam has probably sneaked his head onto Ferris's shoulder.
Okay. And shortly, we'll be going over those now completely translated journals. But first, what was Adam up to before this? As you lot were leaving Essos and first setting sail and stuff. Earlier in this trip, what did Adam do for his bit of time?
Well, things are about to get very busy, and they have been very busy. So Adam has taken what brief quiet moment they have to bring Oris's mother's letter to him and read it to him, since I'm pretty sure Oris is not good enough at reading to read it himself.
Okay. We'll say this happens at Illyrio Mopatis's mansion. As you lot, recently gotten there, your horses are being taken care of, and you're buying some provisions for the journey, and a little bit of stuff like that. So Oris is in the stables, seeing to some horses, which is one of his comfort zones.
Oris, can you spare a few minutes? I have something for you.
He nods you over as he continues to brush a horse.
So, I got a letter that was written some time ago now, but with the interception that was happening, I didn't get it until quite recently, and we've kind of been on the move a lot, so I haven't really had the chance to tell you about it. I didn't tell you about this at the time, but I wrote to your mother a few years ago.
Bessa don't have letters, and she's right there in Wyvern's dress. What you writing her for?
I meant your other mother. I found out where she is, and I wrote to her, and she wrote back, and I have her letter here, and I thought you might want to hear it.
What do you do that for?
Because I can tell that what happened to her bothers you, and I thought that she might be able to reassure you that it wasn't your fault.
I know it ain't my fault. It's Bronzion's fault, but
I thought that perhaps hearing from her might give you some peace. If that's not the case, then I'm sorry.
how's she doing?
She's all right. I can read you the letter if you want.
I could read it, but I gotta tend the horse, so I guess if you want to read it, so I'm doing two things at once, you could.
Certainly. Like, you can see to the horse and I'll read it. So it says, "Oh, what news you bring. It pains me to know the idea of me haunts him. I gave up my boy and my voice not for pride, but for peace. And I've had long enough to recognise that now. We preserved the realm, and that is no small thing. My dignity and the life I once had is small price to pay for so many lives. I am Maris now, one of several who bear the name here, having hastily been given the name of my mother house upon my arrival here. The The stubborn girl, Alysanne Royce, would not choose a name with her last spoken words, and so one was chosen for her. Alysanne Royce, sister of Jon, is as dead as any of the corpses I have tended in my years in service to the stranger. If she were not, though, she would feel pride at the news you bring, I am certain. I take solace in studying history when the sadness might otherwise be too much to bear. Lord Boris Baratheon was a fierce, proud, and angry man who was renowned more for his beard and strength than for his cleverness, let us gently say, and whose maester had to read his letters for him. Boris's grandfather's grandfather was named Orys, a bastard, but strong right hand to Aegon the Conqueror himself. Boris's eldest daughter was called Maris. She's not who my mother house is named after, of course not, but she did spend her own final years as a silent sister. Boris's son, his only son, was named Royce. History does not repeat itself, of course, but with the solitude and study of the mother house, I have had the time to hear it occasionally rhyme. There are names that dance together for centuries. In love or in blood, one finds words like Orys, Royce, and even Maris. 7 bless our king, born eventually of that Boris and Royce, and 7 bless his family line we are also lucky to see flourish under his rule, and whose forebears brought those names together. I'm not surprised to hear that your young man is likened to an Aurochs. He is of bullish stock, head down, charging, horns covered in gore. It is who he is, and that is no more his fault than my place as a silent sister is. It is no shock to me to hear him called brave and tall and strong. On those virtues, I think, every drop of his blood is aligned. But I'm very glad to hear the rest of what you have to say about him. That his power is tempered with kindness, that his strength is coupled with goodness, and that he is not the sort to abuse his status as a knight to trick or take or terrorise. Let him know that an old lady from somewhere very far away is proud of him for his virtues, and that he's not to blame for his faults. She is, and his father, and no one else. Not him, nor his uncle and cousins, nor a tired old hedge knight of our mutual acquaintance. If he is like that father of his, he is not the keenest eye for letters, but you very clearly do. If you would like to read this for him, or speak to him the sentiment herein, do so. He'll be glad, I do not doubt, to hear it from you. Gladder to hear it from you than from me, even if I could. 7 blessings for your kindness, Sister Maris. In and out of character, there's a crack in the voice there.
He is not rubbing down the horse anymore. He's just standing and kind of leaning on it a little more heavily.
Yeah, Adam's gonna kind of come round to where he is and just sort of put a hand on his arm.
He tenses up much like a horse with that first touch. Like you feel muscles quiver as he ponders bolting or maybe kicking and biting. Who knows? It's horse and a horse. You could tell. But he does not pull away or shrug you off. He does not also, though, turn his head and look at you.
Yeah.
And you see he's got his head forward so that you can't see his face behind his big thatch of shaggy black hair. And you just hear him kind of say, "You can leave the letter."
All right.
And then a moment later, you just hear a very, very quiet thanks.
That's all right. I hope at least I didn't make things worse. But you deserve to know that you will. Okay. I should go. And yeah, Adam will leave the letter, just sort of fold it again and pop it on a hay bale or something and
Yeah,
leave.
there's a thing there. It's all right. He will not say anything as you do so. You're pretty sure he is holding very still so that his broad frame does not give away any sobs or shudders. He's like, I will hold very still like a statue and nobody will know I'm feeling anything. Right? Seems to be where he's at. So
yeah, that is a very Orisian way to behave. Yeah, that was a lot for Adam. That was a long time coming. So that's probably the point where Adam sort of flees to Ferris's side and desperately tries to find something to help him with, so that he doesn't start crying himself. Which Ferris will see right through because he does.
That's what he does.
Circling back to Adam and Ferris, though, we have the rest of these journals to now have translated. As I explained to Ash in the meantime, uh, earlier translations were requiring roles because a scene might be very influenced by a particular. I'm going to call them pages. They're not. That's whole books, right? But a scene could have been very influenced by just like one thing being translated or not being translated before you showed up to talk to someone somewhere about a particular thing. We're at the point now where that tension and drama is gone. So we're just going to say that with the extra practice that they have had at deciphering the books, by this point, Adam and Ferris have been able to decipher the lot of them and have read through them to try and find kind of pertinent information. Because, like I said, that the tension and drama is gone, so there's no point in making us all sit here and roll to get it done. So, with that, we are going to kind of finish the flashback section of today's story with reading through these journals. So, where are we going next, Adam? You now have the year 281, which was kind of in the middle, right? But that's the one that was like the end of the war and stuff. You've got that, and then you've got 260 to 272. And as before, Ferris is just gonna, translate what you want him to translate, yada yada yada.
Yeah, so 272 was like the next untranslated book going backwards.
Or 281, which you skipped over because you didn't have.
Oh yeah, let's you know what? Let's do 281.
That
let's
one?
do that one.
Okay.
Since it was one that was missing, it's clearly like super important.
So this one is weathered. It's from the set of the first ones, the 260 to 281, now 281, that are all like fine books in House Valerian colors and fine leather and all that, right? But this one is weather beaten, and that might be like a blood stain that mixed with some rainwater that got into some of it, and right, so it's a ragged ass final book in a nice encyclopedia set. Encyclopedias are what we used to have when we had a paper Wikipedia that you had to pay money for. Sounds fake, I know, right? But it's
although they couldn't be updated, and nobody can confirm if they were accurate or not.
Yes, because the only way to look things up was in another encyclopedia.
Yeah.
That was the sum totality of human knowledge. But yeah, so it's definitely part of that set, but it has been weathered and torn and stuff like that, either by Jothos Valerian before he got rid of it, or because it was in the company of the captain of the Golden Company ever since.
Who could say which one?
Oh, it could have gotten a little weathered and stuff since then. So, here we go. Book 281 in the hand of Jothos Valerian, the Red Cofferer. The job is done. An exile and a spy have aided me, and I have become the grandest thief that Westeros will never know. But now what? Now who? Now where? Bless the wyverns, the babe is hidden in Dorne. But the other treasure must not be there as well. Wherever it is to be, we must have a sailor. Westeros is not safe. I, Red Cofferer and heir to Driftmark, scion of proud House Valerian, must find someone else to sail and keep a treasure for me. The seven laugh while I am left to weep. Stranger take me, but I can think of no one else and nowhere better. It must be Galen Whitebone. That's the last bit in Jothos Valerian's hand. And then you see a bold new hand that you recognize as Jon Connington's from a few of the other documents that you saw in the command tent and all that. So this is, like all Stormlanders, it's automatically a bold font, right? That type of thing. So here is Jon Connington scrawled on like the inside of the back cover. Like this is very clearly the last word on this book, right? It's, I will be damned for it, but it is done. The labor scum we hired are dead, bodies to rot in that hole. Fewer pirates and murderers in the step zones. The hoard is hidden, the secret safe, and we disturbed no one else we found there. The cave entrance is beneath the waters at high tide, but beneath the northern fist at all times. Death from above, death from below. Prove your worth. Pay your respects. Give your name. That list of things are all like individual bullet points, like very punchy individual lines.
We'll write those down.
Yeah, and then it ends with, stranger go with whoever follows this trail, for the rest of the 7 will not.
That there is a treasure map.
We should have got a hat, like Indiana Jones hat, and a fucking whip before we left port.
I mean, there's probably a whip somewhere. The hat might have to.
There's a whip.
I'm sure. I mean, Adam does have an array of headwear, but like, I don't think any of it's a fedora.
All right, well, it undid the formatting that I put on those lines of text, but they are now in the Twitch chat.
Oh, great! That is very helpful. Thank you.
But yes, I tried to write them so there would be individual lines, and then Twitch chat was like, "Nah, fam, this is a chat room. Don't do that here."
That's useful. I'm just gonna stick that in the so don't.
And that was what you had there at the end of the book.
Wow. I think I need to give those particular instructions to
Bela, what have you got for like cunning / memory type of stuff?
Surely you jest.
I
will tell you.
I still have to roll the things you're not good at.
I have a quality regarding my memory and cunning.
Right.
And I will have you know that quality is called forgetful.
That is correct, yes.
Now, is it ironically named, or...?
No.
It is not.
Unfortunately, the flavor text to forgetful is not, I have forgotten more than you will ever learn. No, it's just forgetful.
Can I check, did it say that it was above or below the northern fist at all times?
It is below the northern fist.
Thanks. Perfect, thank you.
But yes, Bela, what are we looking at for like a cunning / memory, or what have you got for like academics or history?
Well, I have 2 dice for cunning, and I have 2 dice for knowledge, and there's no specialties.
Okay. We have acknowledged that you have studied military history in particular, so you have a chance to remember Galen Whitebone, because he is a very minor figure. So, roll me either, cunning or memory or whatever, as we watch Robert manifest as a wraith for a moment. He's back now. So, sling those
Cameron
dice.
disagreed with the focusing whole thing.
Let's see if, because there's the possibility that your memory is jogged.
I have 5.
Okay, that was what you needed.
What?
Because I know you have to re-roll a 6. So I was like, we'll just say that it's a 5. You know that Galen Whitebone is something to do with the War of Ninepenny Kings. And you know that you've got a journal here dated from the War of Ninepenny Kings. So the 260 and 261 journals cover that, and you just recognize that name as something, because you remember like the Band of 9, who were the ones that assembled the army for that Blackfire Rebellion, and there's just these colorful figures that are mentioned in passing in the books, because they all kind of, out of character, they all kind of sound like a D&D group that retired, that George R. R. Martin brought back as the Band of 9, because it's like the Old Mother, a pirate queen, and Tomorrow Sand, the last Valyrian, Zobar Kokwa, the Ebon Prince, Liamond Lasher, Lord of Battle, right? Like everyone's got cool names and stuff, and they're these like mercenaries and pirates and stuff that came together with the Golden Company to this Blackfire Rebellion and the War on the Stepstones, and you just remember that Galen Whitebone is a name. It's like it's one of those people you used to daydream about. You don't know anything about them. You just remember hearing that name from
Yeah, it's just the
War
name
on the
that sticks in your
Stepstones.
head because it
Yeah.
sounds kind of funny. So you just kind of think of it every once in a while when you're thinking of names.
Yeah. So you do remember that is a name from the War on the Stepstones, and you also know that you guys have a couple of journals that are going to cover the Stepstones. So you might
Adam,
want to suggest they jump around.
that name kind of rings a bell with me. It was something to do with the war on the Stepstones. Like, I want to say early 2060s, something around there.
Oh, the War of the Nine Penny Kings?
Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something to do with that. I swear that name rings a bell.
Right. Well, a couple of the journals are from around the same time. I could see if there's more reference to him in those.
Sure. I mean, if we were back home, I could probably look through those military journals that I went through, learning and stuff. But like that was a long time ago.
I mean, yeah, we'll see what we can find. I mean, Ferris is much better versed in history and war history in particular than I could be, so I wouldn't notice a connection. But yeah, we'll see if I can find any more reference to him.
Yeah, maybe that'll target the next books for you to translate, I guess.
Yes. We'll look at those specifically. Was there anything else that stood out that we could look at?
No, I don't know. It was from too long ago. I was real young when we were going over those lessons.
Oh, that's all right. I mean, like the 281 book has the very pertinent information to at least give us a heading. But yes, that might be some further useful information. Thanks for this, Bela.
Yeah, no problem. I
I'll
wish
let
I
you know
could
what
be
we
more
find.
helpful.
Not at all. Don't be silly. I'll let you know what we find.
All right. Well, I'll be out there in the storm, I guess.
Why are you all standing out there? Like, you're all going to catch cold.
We don't get rain like
I
this
am-
much.
I am running the ship.
Yeah, Lucaris has to like be above deck probably, but the rest of us don't. Ferris and I are like staying dry and having tea. It's nice.
Well, enjoy your tea. I'm gonna be outside.
I'll try real
She
hard
doesn't
not to kill us
elaborate
all.
anymore.
That's all right. You're made of sterner stuff than I am anyway.
All right.
I'll try real hard not to kill us all.
Please.
So yeah, I'm going to take that back to Ferris. So Bela recognizes the name Galen Whitebone and thinks he was involved with the War of the Nine Penny Kings. So I'm thinking we should perhaps look at the earlier books that cover the same time period, just in case there's some useful information.
Ferris just nods and like reshuffles the stack. Like he takes the top, puts it on the bottom, next, and like now they're in chronological order, ready to go. So he takes the top one off, which is the most full of them, but it covers 260 and 261. It covers the War of Nine Penny Kings, basically, all together. But he gives a cheerful nod, takes a sip of tea, and you guys get back to work. We're gonna time skip to a different time when everyone is below decks to hear the stuff. So the translations have finished. You guys are ready to go. Is that the one you want to read? to people first, now that you're back together?
Yeah, I think since I said to Bella I would find, we would look at those ones next. It seems reasonable to like report back on that once we finish translating it.
Okay. 260. Kicking off with Jothos Valerian's voice again. My father, master of ships and lord of tides, has given me the glory of captaining some of the ships that carry Tytos Lannister's 1,000 knights and 10 times as many men-at-arms. Quellan Greyjoy's 100 longships, filled with lunatic ironborn, are no help for ferrying cargo or passengers. We are filled to the brim with fighting men from the Stormlands, the Reach, the Riverlands, the North and the Vale, even Dorne. Cousin Maekar is here with sword in hand. All are assembled. I swear, it feels like we could take Essos, not just the Stepstones. And then there's nothing of note for a couple pages. It's commentary on the weather, commentary on our first battle, commentary on ships being lost. Yes, and that was Grandpa. That was his cousin Maekar with sword in hand.
Yeah.
And then you see a page that's its very own note. It's very, just like a whole page just gets this. It's, we are young and rich with the madness that comes from thinking we will live forever. Nothing this horrible should feel this exhilarating, but I cannot deny it. And then like that's got its own page of him just being a little introspective of like, yeah, no, this is dumb. We should not be having fun with this. But like, holy shit, I'm not dead yet. This is fantastic, right? And then you flip for a bit, and you see part that's in a shaky hand, perhaps from an injury, perhaps from an adrenaline dump, from exhaustion. But here you go. Liamond Lasher, Lord of Battle. That was one of the Band of Nine, one of these leaders. So it's Liamond Lasher, Lord of Battle. Nearly wiped the dragon blood from Westeros. All three of us. He was too big, too strong, too fast. Galen Pike, the bastard captain of one of Quellan's 100, saved the prince when Maekar and I together could not. Aerys then offered to have the Ironborn knighted, to which he spat and then laughed, and said he should not be a knight before a prince is. Instead, the brazen bastard asked our princely squire for land and a lover. Instead of having him killed, Aerys gave him the petty island upon which we stood, and dubbed him Lord Galen Whitebone of Whitebone. Also, he gave him the recently captured daughter of Samaro San, the pirate and self-styled Last Valyrian. Camp rumors swirled about her prior, but Aerys parted with her easily enough. So sounds like Grandpa Maekar and Jothos and Prince Aerys, as cousins, were hanging out together in the fight and got themselves saved by an Ironborn bastard that, largely as a joke, Aerys gave an island to, and also some Valyrian girl that is the daughter of a pirate who may have been warming Aerys's tent prior. But he seemed to part with her easily enough. So there's that one. And then you've got lots more horror, and the last page that's written in, and then there's like empty ones after this. But this is where he closes this chapter in his life, and it's scrawled all crookedly and big, and like the quill broke during it, and he kept going. Is Barristan the Bold has slain cousin Malus, the last Blackfire. The war is over. And sure enough, that is how the War of Ninepenny Kings ended. Barristan Selmy slew Malus Blackfire, who was the last of that cadet branch of Targaryen bastards. It's a little awkward at the family reunion that year. But yeah. So
I think that's that sounds like it's definitely who the earlier book was referencing. Bella, this Galen Whitebone is lord of the island that we're going to. Well,
That's what it
was.
sounds like. Yeah. I may
When he might,
not
no, I
still
mean,
be there.
he may yet live. I'm not sure, but yes. So, let us hope that let us hope that he bears our grandfather no ill feeling.
Agreed.
It's the sort of thing that you've seen as a historical footnote of like battles of note in the War of Ninepenny Kings, right? It's like, they'll be downplaying the contributions of the Ironborn, who tend not to play well with others, but then there'll be like a footnote of like, however, of note, Galen Pike, a bastard from blah blah blah, is rumored to have saved none other than the prince himself, right? So like he's just a little tiny footnote dude, but you're sure that that's where the name was like tickling at your memory from. But you've got none of you, including Ferris, have like heard anything of that happened to him after the fact. Like you've only ever heard of this guy as having slain one of the band of 9 and saved the squire Prince Aerys in the meantime. And there's been no record or note of anything since then. So, with that one out, we now have 262 to 272. Where are we doing and in what order?
I think I'll start going forwards now.
All right. 262. And not all of these are in the plain language that I'm putting them in. But it's so in 262, Aerys has the throne and is coronated and is now King Aerys. He has replaced many of the older officials with younger friends, particularly those that he served alongside in the War of Ninepenny Kings. And you see in the writing that Jothos is like, a lot of these guys he refers to by like first name, right? And you mentioned that he would, they were in the prior, they're like, oh yeah, I remember that guy from earlier, right? So it's just kind of traditional cleaning house, and a lot of them are these veterans from the Stepstones, including Tywin Lannister, who knighted Aerys, being made Hand of the King. And already they are calling Aerys the wise or the great as his preference shifts. So here in the first year of his reign, Aerys is not sure which title he wants to stick, but everything he's doing is big. And he's having big, clearly ambitious plans. Every royal decree is swinging for the fences, right? He's not playing it safe. He's not bunting. Everything he wants to do is a grand project that will secure a legacy and see him remembered. 263. Aerys has decided to claim the Stepstones and make them an 8th kingdom of Westeros. Time will tell, right? He just sounds kind of skeptical about this, but Aerys just decided. He's like, we need to reclaim this. As my forebear, Prince Daemon Targaryen, was once Lord of the Stepstones. Why not? Right? Yeah, we took it once. We should go down there and keep it this time. Yeah. Give me the coat. Right? He's just being psyched. And then, in an entirely different tone, it is Queen Rhaela has miscarried.
Oh.
The year 264. Lord Rickard Stark has visited to share with Aerys the business of the North. Aerys has decided to expand the Seven Kingdoms north, to build a new wall hundreds of miles farther north than the old one. This will be his grand project. Rather than languishing in the Stepstones, he will build upon the continent that is already ours. Bran the Builder be damned. Let it be Aerys the Engineer. And he keeps asking for funding requests and estimates and labor costs, and he's starting this project also. And then later in 264, the Queen Rhaela has miscarried. 265 and 266, you see that Aerys has begun complaining openly about the stink in King's Landing, and he has decided that it is no longer suitable for the throne and the royal family. And he has decided that we should invest all of the silver in the red coffers into building a new city on the south side of the Blackwater Rush, all of white marble to look like old Valyria. And engineers are lining up by the score to tell him lies and take his money and charge him to go do initial estimates and surveys and stuff like that. And that holds his attention now. First the Stepstones, then expanding the north, now making a new King's Landing. 267. Aerys now calls upon us to fund a massive new war fleet. He has been snubbed somehow by the Iron Bank of Braavos and has decided we must cross the narrow sea and bring the Titan to its knees. The Iron Bank charged him some interest, and he's like, we're going to invade Braavos and take over. The item was officially smoothed over when Tywin paid back some loans to the Iron Bank with gold from Casterly Rock in order to just kind of keep this from happening. Like, instead of paying
I don't think Aerys was a good king.
Yeah. So instead of paying the dragons that we owe them, we'll spend a lot more dragons to just invade them and take stuff, right? But Tywin soothes the beast, pays loans back with Casterly Rock money. Aerys visits the Westerlands on a trip. Queen Rhaella miscarries. 268. Tywin has turned his attention to legislation. He has repealed the laws, rights, and protections of the small folk that were instituted under Aegon V. Some say that this is Tywin appeasing the High Lords, or perhaps Tywin erasing the legacy of Aegon, who had thrice interfered in the Westerlands due to the ineptitude of Lord Tytos. So this is Tywin cleaning house and getting Aerys' permission to give more power to the Lords, either to curry favor with the Lords, or because he's just mad at Aegon V, who he thinks took advantage of or embarrassed his father by being in the same history books as Tytos, who Tywin kind of hates. Who knows? The year 269. Joyous day. Queen Rhaella has given birth to Prince Daeron. Nothing of note, mundane matters, etc., etc. 6 months later, Prince Daeron has died. The gods would weep if they cared enough, but they must not. So Rhaella weeps for all 7.
It's really sad.
270. Aerys has decided to fund a massive underground canal to bring all the waters of Westeros to Dorne, to make it green and fertile, which he says in front of court will be unlike his wife. Rhaella has miscarried again.
Fuck.
Aerys no longer cares to keep his complaints only to his friends. He blames her aloud. 271. Rhaella miscarried. The court laughed. 272. Prince Aegon has been born to Aerys and Queen Rhaella, but 2 months early. There is a large anniversary tourney of great expense to celebrate 10 years on the throne. And during that visit, we met Tywin's children, Cersei and Jaime, golden twins that are 6 years old. Aloud in front of court, Aerys inquired after the shape of Joanna Lannister's teats. You may recall that the next year, 273, began with Prince Aegon dying. And yeah, things continue there. 274, Prince Jaehaerys was born and died later that year, and Aerys had the Wetners beheaded and killed his mistress and her whole family, and right. So that decline was a long time coming from King Aerys, and the protection that Queen Rayla felt towards her grandchildren was clearly some maternal instinct that had been growing for a long time. Um, but with that, you have now completely deciphered the journals of Jothos Valerian. At the start, Aerys seemed well-intended and full of grandiose but impractical plans. And then, when those constructive plans went nowhere, he just got worse as a person. And then came his being kidnapped and held in chains for a while, and that wasn't good. And yeah. So, as you finish the read through of the journals of Jothos Valerian, there's no other mention of Galen Whitebone or of Whitebone Isle. Nothing else about the Hoard of note. In the later books, there's this sort of low-key anxiety about the Hoard, and stuff like that, but never any more good information. Think you've got what you're going to get from these books, basically. And hopefully people enjoyed that little ride. None of this stuff is written down in the adventure. I just had fun going through, looking at the official timeline and trying to write down stuff for every year.
Yeah, it's been very compelling. Like that, I almost kind of regret that was the last chunk because that was really heavy. Yeah,
Yep.
I like this underwater canal with hand tools. He was gonna dig that out.
Yeah, like he was gonna link the Riverlands to Dorne, and
A 3,000-mile underground canal, man.
Yes. Just so that Dorne would be more fertile than his wife.
I feel like nobody ever told this guy something was impractical.
Well, he was just surrounded by people he had yes men around him all the time.
Huh.
Like, nobody was telling him that's not a good idea.
Can't understand what that's like, having a leader like that.
Yep.
But anyway, I think the most pertinent part for you, at least, Raina, is what in the 281 journal. I think that last section reads like instructions to me. So I could be wrong, but it seems like these are either instructions or warnings or things that will have to be done in the process of obtaining the Hoard, like a puzzle.
Right. And that makes sense to me because they can't just. It's not just been sitting in a cave this whole time.
Yes. Yeah, I doubt they just stuck it in a hole and hoped for the best. I would not be surprised if there were defences to be navigated. But it sounds like... I don't know what is being referred to as the Northern Fist, but I'm presuming it's some kind of landmark. If we can't... if Galen Whitebone no longer lives, or if there is no one who can tell us what that is, I'm sure we can try and find out once we get there.
Land ho! You hear from above decks.
Well, there we go. We're looking for the Northern Fist.
Let's see what we see.
Do you want to try and find signs of Lord Galen first? I imagine, given that one of the instructions is pay your respects, it might behoove us to at least announce our presence.
It is his island. If he's still alive.
Or if he's not alive, he might have heirs. I've no idea.
All right. Let's go up top.
Right. Clambering above deck and taking a look, you see what can only be Whitebone Isle. So called because it is surrounded by white coral reefs that peek up from below the waves, almost like a rib cage that surrounds it. Like there is no easy and safe getting close to this unless you have done it in the past or you go very slowly and are seen. But it's got these reefs all around it. It is named Whitebone Isle partially for those white coral reefs and partially because of the picked clean bones of those that sailed too recklessly here. You see a medium-sized island for the stepstones, nothing terribly huge and impressive, but you think you see against the overcast of the like stormy day, like this might be like fires up there close to the water, like in the like might be like cooking fires and buildings and stuff. There are absolutely not any sort of lighthouses to help strangers navigate.
Huh.
Like you don't see that. But from the direction that you are coming from the east, you see that the island itself looks to be mostly giant fucking rocky cliffs. You could swing pretty wide around it to the north if you wanted to look for the northern fist, if that's your thought still, or circle to the south and maybe look for a hole in these reefs and get a better look. But right now you're coming at it from the east and you see just rocky cliffs surrounded by reefs.
My plan is to loop around the island once just so we can get see what the situation is on all sides.
You're at
Good
the
idea.
helm.
I mean, I expect that they probably approached from the west, so yeah, we're definitely looking at the other side might give us a better in.
There may not be a better end, but we need to know that. So I'll bring us around.
It's worth a look.
Are you looping north or south? Like you said you want to go all the way around in theory, but like which way you're going first?
What is easiest to do with the wind?
South.
Then we'll go south.
All right. So you turn hard to port and head off in a wide loop south, and even looping at what you believe to be a safe distance, you're occasionally pretty sure you see fingers of coral reaching up from the waves. Like, I don't think that's a whitecap. I think that was a flash of coral even out here. So this looks like a bit of a death trap island. The more, even at a distance, you're like, fuck me. But in circling to the south, you do see a harbor. Looking at it from the east, you saw rocky cliffs going higher on the northern side, and it does make this whole thing look kind of uneven, but you do see what is a harbor and has, you see several ships docked and or at anchor not far from the harbor, and you see that Whitebone Island is kind of a crescent moon shape, and the crescent moon points to the south. Does that make sense? So it's like the rounded top part is all mountainous cliffs. It looks like coming in from the south is the way to go.
How far are we from high tide?
Chat, give me a number between 1 and 24.
Better be 1.
That would be too simple, though. Rusty's probably got it.
Yeah, we'll just do it randomly to see what time of day you guys happen to get here.
Come on, chat. Oh.
All right, so we're gonna call that 3 because it's 3 more than the 1 to 24 I asked for. Qatar.
I mean, handily, Dan put 3 in there.
So let's say, it is. We'll say it's 3 p.m. because I said it was daytime, so whatever. It's 3 in the afternoon, so it is high tide right now.
Okay, if these ships made it in, we can make it in. Just gotta look for the best spot.
Are you guys going in, or are you gonna keep looping?
No, we should go in.
All right.
If I may, if it's not too much trouble, perhaps having a quick look at the north side to see if we spot something that could be obviously a northern fist might be.
It depends on how we are and the tides.
Oh, very well. I mean, I don't want to, it's you know best. I'm just mentioning
You're
it.
pretty sure that if you loop it at what might be a safe distance from these coral reefs, it would no longer be high tide by the time you got back to the south.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, but I think we've happened upon our opportunity right now.
All right.
All right then. Let's navigate these reefs. Get your dice out, Lucaris.
Got some.
Don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
Well, hope you can fucking swim, because that's what this is down to.
We are gonna call this an awareness test as you helm the ship past these jagged reefs. Don't forget your bonus die for doing stuff aboard ships.
All right. All right. Good awareness.
Say it could be also survival if that's better, but I think awareness is.
It is definitely not. It's a stark difference.
I'm just gonna say like that's also navigating natural hazards, so I can see it work too. But pretty sure your awareness is gonna be better.
All right, I have a 20 on awareness.
You have a what? I'm sorry.
A 20.
Okay. You are able to pick your way through the outermost layer of reef and are now approaching what would be the thickest. Like if this crescent moon were a full ring, which you know it is somewhere below the surface, right? If this crescent moon is a full ring, now it's time to make your way through the southernmost edge where things should be the jaggediest. So give me another roll as you guys are dodging, duck, dipping, diving, and dodging and making your way through these reefs.
60s. Okay, this is a pretty good roll. 27.
Okay. There are a few really hard turns that the rest of you are like, what is even happening? Why did we just stop and like pivot as hard to port as we possibly could? Why? And it's like switchbacks in a mountain path is how this is feeling, and they sometimes don't always feel necessary. But then, sure enough, a wave will pass and you'll drop down, and you see 10 feet to starboard a jagged crop of reef reaching up that you only just barely missed. All right, and here comes the home stretch, the third roll, making it way into the relative safety of this harbor.
Everybody hold on.
Oh, Lord.
This is a much worse roll.
Do you have any destiny points? Would you like one?
I do, but I think we're going to be okay.
Okay.
We'll find out. I have a total of 15.
So you cut back and forth again for one moment, and you're like, raise all the sails, and we're just gonna row this last little bit because we need more precise control and blah 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 blah, and people are scrambling and your crew is rushing. Oris is pulling
Let it out.
rope.
I said let that one out.
Like Oris is like, I can help with just the heavy parts, right? So he's pulling ropes and everybody's working, and it's barely. You go scraping by, and the ship shudders once and then suddenly it's like you're on a lake. Just everything is smooth and calm. And in
Wow.
just that moment, in fact, the clouds part and the storm is over with. Um, and it would have been a lot easier without that storm. But yeah, like you're now certainly in that harbor. The narrow sea is being broken by all those, the reefs and this kind of protective shell. And you're now in this deceptively tranquil and like really serene feeling harbor after that harrowing experience. So you get a little bit better look at the harbor now that you're not all warily staring over and looking for reefs and yelling when you see some, right? And helping navigate. You're able to get a little bit better look. You see a collection of fairly ramshackle hovel looking buildings, which is not unusual pirate architecture throughout the stepstones. Um, some of them are just, they don't really need to withstand much, right? It's pretty mild weather here except for storms. And if you make something just out of like palm fronds, you just rebuild it if a storm is particularly bad, right? And it's that kind of light tropical Caribbean uh Dornish adjacent, right? They're kind of on a latitude with Dorne here,
Yeah, I was
So
I was kind of imagining it being like Gibraltar or something, like kind of like
Yeah.
that kind of
so
vibe.
so you do see a lot of kind of thrown together stuff like that. But you also see some very good and sturdy looking docks and piers in a sort of rough hewn way that's not like the docks at King's Landing or, Ghost Hill or Will or Nymaryen, right? Um, and it takes you a moment to try and recognize them because it's a style that none of you have really quite seen before. And then sharing the spyglass or just getting a better look, you see that some of the buildings are not these kind of ramshackle tropical pirate things. That's an ironborn longhouse. The chief building just
Huh.
looks like an upended warship in that style. And
Ayla, you
then
see
you're like,
that?
that explains those docks. Um, and oh yeah, no, that's a couple skulls on spikes out there along the shore, and some of that decoration style. What you don't see is anyone coming towards you. Nobody
Huh.
is scrambling in those ships that are at at port. You don't see that. You see a crowd, and they're down in the sand, but they're like a couple hundred yards away from this kind of squatting ironborn pirate village. And it's where like the low open beach is off to one side, which they probably normally use to like pull a ship aground for long-term repairs and stuff. It's just a big, wide open, white sanded area. Very, very white. The coral isn't the only like white stone here. Like these beaches are pure white. Those cliffs that you saw jutting up and moving around the north, those are all very stark white stone. There's just some weird mineral bullshit going on around here. Um, but yeah, these pure white beaches, you see and hear like a crowd as you're getting closer, um, and they're not looking at you. They're milling around off to one side, a couple hundred yards out of town.
Huh.
So you can pull up to the docks, or you can launch a longship and just send some of you ashore. It's kind of up to Captain Lucaris,
I think we're gonna
unless
go with the ducks.
unless the Queen says otherwise.
Yeah, I think our best bet is the ducks. If they turn hostile, we better be
That's
on the boat
the
then in
faster
a
getaway.
rowboat.
Right.
All right, so you are able to, like, the crew does take a moment as you're pulling in, and like before it's time to like secure and lash to the docks and whatnot. You see the crew is getting their weapons back out and ready.
I want to issue a
And,
command to secure the ship with minimal rope so we can cut free as quickly as possible. It doesn't look like this place is particularly vulnerable to storms, so.
They looked like they were planning that anyway. Like none of these men were like, no, I'm gonna move here. So it's
Good.
looking like they were. Yeah, the men are looking a little trepidatious, a little nervous, a little ready to leave. Um, and there's just a little off feeling to this place, like Ironborn style stuff. What the shit? And that's the only thing worse than pirates to be taken by, to these sailors. And like the one good thing about the narrow sea and all that is that the Ironborn aren't here. They tend to be over that way. So the men are looking a little superstitious, unlucky type of stuff. Any exhilaration or relief that they might have felt at making it through the reefs is tempered by wariness. Are Oris and
Adam.
Ferris coming with you, lot?
Oh, Or's
To
definitely
establish.
coming with us.
Okay.
I mean, Adam would prefer if Ferris came along, but
Okay.
if
It's your guys' call.
if anyone, if Rhaena or Lucara say absolutely not or whatever, then that's different.
No, in fact, what I was going to say is, Rada and Adam, do your thing with the talking, because if not, we're going to do our thing with the fighting.
Right?
Wow, I
So,
see. You don't care about my opinion, only if Rhaena or Lucaris didn't want Ferris to come.
You beef with Ferris, and that happened all off screen.
So a quick little flashback to the War of the Vulture King. Ferris has his little travel desk thing out. It almost looks like a wooden breastplate, but the top of it folds down, and it creates a little like writing desk. So it's like the back of an airline seat, right? It's like that size of a little desk thing, but he's got that, and he is like ready and eager and excited to document the next step of the journey for the Dragon's Hoard. In the same like look is on his face as when you guys were first leaving Wyvern's Rest to go after the Vulture King. He's like, yeah, I get to write about battles and stuff, right? And he's like, he gets to be here to write some history. And he's like, I'm about to be here when the last dragon finds her hoard, and holy shit, I gotta make sure I write this stuff real goodly. So like he is set, he is ready.
I was just beaming at him like, I love you, you big nerd.
All right, well, we'll disembark and.
Oris leaves his armor but takes his hammer. Because he hasn't been wearing the armor because you're on a ship and that's pretty dangerous. But he does just still kind of like, I'm not going to just like leave this lying around. So he grabs Robert Baratheon's warhammer to casually shoulder as he joins you lot.
Raina's trying to split the difference between like casual boatwear and, and like regal shit, So
You want to look like a pirate queen.
And she's definitely, got her sword on, so there's that. But who knows what the hell we're walking into? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm presuming like all of us who have weapons are going in armor.
Yeah. So now you do see a couple runners go scrambling away from the village towards the group. Like as you are getting real close. You still don't see like a mass reaction, but you're not going to completely surprise them.
We're not trying to be.
Yeah, we stealthily show up in our ship in broad daylight. Yeah, like you're not being super sneaky. It's just So as you get closer, there is no mistaking the bloodthirsty roar of a crowd, and that is what you are approaching from behind.
Oh, wow.
This is a knot of people of all builds. Like some of them are lean, wiry little dudes that are meant to climb the rigging like monkeys. and some of them are big burly dudes that are meant to haul chests of silver and cleave heads with axes, right? So there's like this big array of body types and of genders and of skin tone. You do see some Summer Islanders. You do see some people of just Dornish descent of various stripes. You're sure that you see some Essosi, but then you do also see some people that are just like sunburnt Ironborn. So it's this weird group that looks to be like half pirate, well, a third pirate, a third Ironborn, a little bit of both, right? As you're shouldering your way through this rabble. And Oris is able to kind of carve a path for you guys just by mass. Nobody's really needing to be like overtly shoved, but people are definitely jockeying for position. And as you get that position, you see the end of a fight. There is a huge fellow that looks to be of mixed Dothraki and Summer Islander stock. And he's a huge, dark-skinned, just beast of a man, but his hair is in dreadlocks that are then woven together into like one long braid that whips and swirls around and probably reaches at least the small of his back, if not farther, despite being braided and stuff. And he is topless in just breeches and is wielding a dagger in one hand and a pretty wicked looking arak in the other. And you see him fighting somebody that's about half a head smaller than him, but you realize that this guy is still about Balin's size, right? Like he's a Balin, right? Yeah, he's above average, significantly so. This fellow is in black leather pants and also no shirt, and
no.
is fighting
Oh
with.
no!
And both of their bodies are
Oh no!
crisscrossed with
I think I
scars.
found my homeland.
Both of their bodies are crisscrossed here and there with scars from what is clearly a lifetime of fighting and that sort of thing. But the smaller of the two combatants, who again is larger than most, is here at the end. You can tell has been toying with his opponent because his opponent is openly bleeding from several wounds, and this fellow isn't. And just as Oris makes room and then takes a half step back so that the five of you are in front and are, ringside, you see this guy cast a glance over his shoulder and then give a little nod, and his burly, dark-skinned opponent comes in with a mad last attack that ends with his sword hand hooked in one axe and then that arm severed with the other axe. And the fighter stands there for a half second to give that time to sink in as this man's sword hand falls in a spray of blood and stains the sand here, which isn't quite as white as the sand elsewhere on the beach. This isn't the first time they've used this area. And he gives it a second, and he puts his offhand axe back in his belt and waits a tick. And just as his opponent starts to come at him with his offhand knife, he does a backhand swing of his axe that sends a long ponytailed head drifting in the air for a moment to land in the sand at his feet. And then, in one smooth moment, he flips his main axe and drops it in his like a leather thong at his belt, and kicks the head to roll towards you lot a bit. And he turns to look at you, and you see Bela, you notice this as he turns and the light catches on his weapon. That whole axe head is Valyrian steel.
Holy fuck.
And it catches the light, and like there's no mistaking that. As he turns, and he's got his thumbs hooked in his belt, real close to both of those axes, and he looks at you through a wild mane of Valyrian silver hair, with a face covered in a halfway between neatly trimmed, pointy Valyrian beard and maybe just, oh, scruff, this just happened when I wasn't looking. How roguish I am, right? That flavor of beard of pure Valyrian white. And he looks at you and smiles and says, I wondered when you'd get here, in an iron-born accent. And we're going to cut there and go to our break.
Oh, good, because I gotta pee.
So, we'll be
He has
back
a
in a
bladder of
couple
vengeance.
minutes. Yes. So we'll be cutting there. We'll be back in a couple minutes. See what's going on. See you soon, everybody. action. We're back. Right before we left, you guys met a peaceful, monastic, solitude-loving young man who looks to be, could be late 20s, could be early 30s, that is a cross between Uncle Orain, Garland Tyrell, and an Ironborn raider.
Oh,
Kind of what it looks like. It's this pretty Valyrian face on
I feel
a
like he's on the
body.
cover of romance books.
Uh,
Taken by the Ironborn. And it's him. There's a
Adam's just
sea
like-
behind him.
And Adam's just like, how did I wait this long to go to Hotman Island?
I mean,
Right?
it wasn't that far away, really. Like,
Yeah.
Where, like, how did I
All
not know
along.
about this?
I mean, Ghost Hill's like an hour from here. You could have visited and then just fucked off to Hotman Island the whole time.
Yeah, well, like the road not travelled and all that.
And so he stands before you, thumbs hooked casually in his axe belt, full of axes, ready for you to perhaps ask him a question.
Okay.
Or
Oh, we're going
something.
home.
Or
Get back in the boat.
respond in some way, that's what he's...
We'll go to the Iron Bank and take a loan. It's a lot easier.
Totally. Lord Whitebone?
I am used to captain, but yes, that is me.
Well, my lord.
A few of his men are jovially dragging the body away in parts, and or stripping it of like boots and weapons. The severed sword arm gets tossed casually into the ocean, almost offhandedly. The head is being... You're welcome. The head is being mounted on a pike to go with the other skulls. This makes about 10 of them at a glance. The body itself is being picked up by several of them, and they are walking towards the surf with it, perhaps to kind of just half-heartedly toss it into the ocean and call it done. So nobody seems particularly scandalized by what has gone on here. It looks like they're just breaking up. A few of them are lingering, though. Maybe 20. Like a small number of the group of well over 100 that had been gathered. But he's just kind of ignoring all of that. And
Well, Captain Whitebone, then. I'm Rhaenys Targaryen, and I was sent here on the word of Jon Connington and my uncle, Jothos.
Jothos, yeah.
Jothos Valerian
Jothos Valerian.
would be the full name if you wanted to.
My uncle.
Right.
Jothos.
I'm sure you were. He casually gets a vest tossed to him from one of his men nearby. It's got a little bit of like ring mail built in, but it's black leather vest. Casually shrugs on. Goes, well, I suppose we'll go see if I can find bread and salt. Someone fetch the captains. This way.
Oh my god, there's more of them.
And he
Adam's like, I can't handle this.
and he turns and starts walking back towards the ramshackle little village, but very probably to the longhouse that's at, like up the hill from
Right.
the ramshackle little
Right,
village.
right.
But he's walking slowly enough that conversation can be had. So as he starts to amble away, he says, and please, Your Grace, call me Bryce. I am Black Bryce Whitebone.
Black Bryce Whitebone.
Probably for my hair.
I'm sure that's it. Black Bryce Whitebone. Okay. Well, Bryce, then let me introduce you to my family. uh, this is
He
Lady
lifts-
Bela Nymaryen.
He lifts a silver Valyrian eyebrow at that, but listens.
Lady Bela Nymaryen. Sorry, Lord Adam Nymaryen of
Yeah, I'm always...
Harrenhal, and the captain of our ship, and my brother Sir Lucaris Nymaryen of Ghost Hill.
Any introduction for Orth
Oh yes,
and
and
Ferris? We're also there. People.
Sir Oris the Aurochs. Oris. What is the thing? Is it
I
stone?
don't know.
Waters.
Waters.
Waters. I don't use his bastard name. I just call him Sir Oris the Aurochs.
Well, he at least is certainly welcome here in Bastard's Keep. And he gestures grandiosely to the not very grandiose village. It is pretty grandiose by Stepstone's standards on account of being buildings and stuff, like at all. But yes, it sounds like this place is a Bastard's Keep.
Ah. So your sire was actually an Ironborn bastard?
Yes, Galen. Born Galen Pike, he died Galen Whitebone.
Have he made that name his own?
He earned it.
How long has it been since he passed?
Out of character. I did not take note of that. So he will give a
It doesn't need to be a precise answer or anything.
he will give a careless shrug. A decade, I think. Having passed as well was my mother, the Lady Mirmadora San. My first brother, Galen. My second brother, young Galen. My third brother, Uragon. My fourth, Gunther. My fifth, Dalton. And my last older brother, Harag. I may have been the least of Galen's sons, but I am also the last. And there is some pride that can be found in that.
Also, there's just you left now. So,
We live in dangerous times.
sorry for your losses.
He gives another careless shrug.
That's how these warriors handle that kind of thing. They're just like, whatever. Doesn't cause me any emotional or psychological trauma. Fuck off.
I love how everyone is so in touch with their feelings.
New families can be made. The captains are my brothers and sisters. And our crews are beloved children.
That sounded a little odd.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be quiet. I don't know what to say to that.
Okay. So you haven't made yourself an heir?
None yet.
What a weird pickup line.
Would you like one?
Your dick. Well, I suppose there's always time, but
Everyone thinks so.
until there isn't.
And a couple people are scurrying around the village as you're making your way through it. He hollers to a couple more urchin-looking kids, just go fetch the captains, go start the fire. We have guests. Get the food on. All right, and he just kind of randomly yells stuff, and somebody hears and runs and takes off. It's definitely these are not noble pages and squires, right? It's just any child that hears him yell anything goes and tells somebody that they heard him yell something. But it seems to be working.
Are we to wait for the arrival of these captains before we discuss our reason for being here?
I thought you might want bread and salt before telling me your secrets.
I actually do. Yes, thank you.
They will show in due time. I am a captain of 7. That's pirate short-term slang for like, I have a fleet of 7 ships. Just a way to kind of, that's not bad. Like, that's pretty good for...
Like, which of these vessels is your personal ship?
It would be the next Valyrian. The biggest warship, and it has pure white sails. It took a lot of urine to get them that pale.
Yeah.
You know how this stuff works.
I can imagine.
You may recall his grandfather's self-styled last name, Tomorrow San, the pirate captain, called himself the last Valyrian. So the ship is the name of the next. And then he just kind of nods towards various ships in turn. The Salt Wife, Stranger's Gift, Freehold's Blessing, Grace's Secret, Knife of Thunder, and our newest, the Vulture's Feast. The Knife of Thunder needs a captain now. Cavaro... Nah. And he just shrugs and tosses his head back down the beach.
I see.
Cavaro thought it was time to leave and set out on his own. My captains don't leave. The secrets of Whitebone stay on Whitebone. And here you guys are approaching the longhouse, and he reaches up and on a hanging out front next to the door, on one side there's a gong, for just oh shit, right? But on the other side there is a round, Ironborn style shield, that's been painted up. There's a pale blue field, likely to represent the sky or the water, and the sigil is a split skull, as though hewn by an axe. It's a skull just broke down the middle. But as he says, my captains don't leave, our secrets stay on Whitebone,
Yes.
he reaches out and gives this lucky shield a pat, and you can't help but make out that the writing that's painted above and below on the curve is "Take all, yield nothing."
So that's strong.
Yes, it is.
And you can tell the paint's a little bit faded where he pats it. It looks like it's his usual kind of good luck thing. And may have been for his 6 brothers and his father.
Well, Bryce, we're not going to be staying on Whitebone.
None of you are my captains yet. He gives Bela an up and down look that is very inappropriate for a married woman.
But nice.
He doesn't know that.
You're not married on this island.
Yeah, you're only married in Westeros.
Oh, and
This
guys,
never became the 8th kingdom,
yeah.
so...
You have a husband? I don't see him here.
Right?
But yes, I think I know why you're here. We were told to expect you. Rather, my father was, and he made certain that Galen knew, and that young Galen, and Uragon, and Gunther, and Dalton, and Harag, and me.
I'm just struck again by how much his whole family's dead except for him. At least I have an actual family, even though all my blood family is pretty much gone, except for uncle and cousin.
Couple, yeah. Yep.
I am sure we'd love to discuss why we're here more, but we are very thirsty from the trip.
Very thirsty from daintily stepping through the corals like a virgin maid who does not want mud on her slippers. My men saw you approach.
We did
My
approach.
lady kissed you. You can't deny it. They could tell even from the peaks.
I
She
think
could
he's
use a
like-
shave. She gave us one for sure.
But you did make it on your first try. That's better than most. A little disappointing, in fact. We were hoping to loot your ship. It's so easy when they come right to us.
Well, I can
Does that
imagine.
happen often?
Not as often as it used to.
That could mean a lot of things.
But have a seat, have a seat. And he gestures not to the high table. There is a high table with 7 seats at it. One is a little
For the
bigger than the
captains.
rest. One is clearly his, and then the rest are for captains. And then there's rows of long tables in a style that you kind of recognize. And he just says, have a seat. He doesn't say where, as he makes his way up to his big seat. It's the same style of chair as the rest. His is just bigger, and it's got an assortment of coins hammered to it. Like not where you sit, but like up on the like the backrest and the sides of the backrest and all that. It looks like a lot of coins that they find with holes in them end up on this chair.
Huh. That's interesting. I will choose the table.
Did you say that out loud? Sorry.
Just your chair is interesting as we walk up towards the front of the room.
My silver throne.
Is it actually silver?
Is it all
Some of the
silver?
coins are. Father was enamored of, and he reaches up and flicks one, and one of the coins next is able to spin around the little nail that it's on. He goes, "These Yanti coins, square with the hole in the middle."
Mhm.
Father had never seen them as just another bastard pike. Once he began to find them, he wanted a collection.
And then you have to have a way to show off that collection.
That's
And
true.
then you start to add them for luck. But, so yeah, where did you sit?
Whatever table is closest to that, because I don't want to be yelling across a room at him.
Okay. Okay.
I'll sit next to Reno.
And I look around,
so-
like,
Yep.
this room. Are there? Is there
It's
like an
inside-
upstairs? Is there a gallery? Is there?
It's the inside of an Ironborn longhouse, which is to say it's an upside down ship.
Okay.
And like you see that there is a kind of catwalk around a second level upstairs where you see some stuff stored, food and some barrels and chests and stuff. But there's a big fire going on the far end, and then there's a big fire going kind of in front of his table here on this end. There's a couple smaller like hearths off to one side, which they probably call a kitchen. And you do see some like pots on the stoves. People got stuff going. Some scrawny young boys or maybe girls, it's hard to tell, in tattered rags and the like, come running up with food and drink. And you get a loaf of crusty bread put on the table in front of you and a small that's the top of a skull that they're using as a small bowl for the salt for the piece.
They are not subtle.
But it is salt. It's good salt. It looks like it's good kosher salt. So
Whoa.
there's that put on the table in front of you.
All right.
And then somebody comes and pours him a horn of what looks like mead, and then everybody seems to be waiting for you to eat.
I will dip some bread in the salt and take a bite.
Yes.
Yes,
Anybody refuse the bread and salt? All right. Oris goes last and takes most of the rest of the bread. What? It's making friends. I might as well eat some. So when the last of you has eaten the salt, Black Bryce lifts his cup and says, "Wine, mead, ale, spirits. It takes more than bread and salt to make a peace here."
Wine.
Spirits, whatever you have.
Go, go! He just turns and yells. The nearest children scatter. And fine, fine. And the captains start to arrive. They are only 5 of them because Cavaro got lost down at the beach. He's gonna be late. But they are this motley assortment. They fit right in with the rest of the sailors and stuff that you saw down there. You saw some of them down there. Some of them not. But yeah, there's Summer Islander. It's an assortment of people. And then the last of them shows up, and you see a pale-skinned woman with a shock of bold red dyed hair.
Oh shit.
And a slender spear in her hand. That comes walking in. You suspect that perhaps the Red Rose is the captain of his newest ship, Vulture's.
I was wondering.
I just oh shit, it's maybe her.
Yeah, it is her. It is absolutely her. She snorts and sneers when she
Does
sees
this count as catching you?
Uh-oh.
I lost you halfway through.
Oh, I say, does this count as catching you?
She snorts aloud and throws herself down into her seat and kicks her feet up on the table. I don't feel very caught.
Gentle grip.
Oh no.
How about caught up with?
I thought Adam was in trouble, and this now this pales in comparison.
Bryce doesn't question anything. Nobody seems to care about the past history.
I was going to ask about the vulture boat, but I didn't get a chance.
The captains are just gossiping amongst themselves, laughing, elbowing each other. One guy hands over some coin. A few of them are mimicking that backswing. They don't really seem to particularly notice you lot. Or if they do, they're making a big show of not caring.
Well, let them. This is their home. Look around and, like, there's not anybody upstairs on that catwalk, right?
When they're not busy, it looks like some of the kids go up there. There's a series of ropes off on in the cheap seats, right down at the other end of the hall.
Yeah.
The way it looks like the kids practice knots and climbing in the rigging, so it's also kind of an impromptu climbing rig for them to get up and into the rafters easily. And it looks like a lot of the kids are used to staying out of the way of pirates and Ironborn raiders by clambering up there. And that's where they hang out and watch and listen and get used to being up high. And yeah, so the kids tend to scramble up there when no one's watching, but no crossbowmen, no band about to start the Reigns of Castamere. So Black Bryce seems willing to just kind of give it a minute. He doesn't look to be in a terrible rush.
Well, then we will drink what they bring.
All right. Yeah, drinks are brung.
I'm definitely having a few drinks.
All of the captains are swiftly served by eager lads and lasses that are hoping to be on ships in the next few years. So they're all trying to be the fastest, and then after a while, Black Bryce finishes his horn of mead and sets it down. So, Queen, why are you here?
I'm here to fetch back what was placed in your family's. I don't remember the word. Rusty, I just went blank.
I don't know.
Protection.
Like
Hair.
your guardianship. Let's say.
Ooh, what might that be?
Um, that would be the dragon's hoard.
Ah, well then to recover it, you must prove you are a dragon.
Must I? To whom? She got the snotty voice on.
To a gathering of all the lords of Whiteborn Isle.
That's all of you.
He clambers up out of his chair and just steps up and over the table to be on the same side of it as you are. And he heads over to the cauldron that is on this front cook fire.
Okay.
And then he just gestures to it.
The fire or the cauldron?
You are a queen. I presume to give no orders.
Ah,
The cauldron's a little small. I don't think you'll fit in it.
I don't think so either. The fire's actually pretty small too. So I will.
Carry a coal or the cauldron to the other cook fire.
How big is the cauldron?
It's small enough.
I'm imagining like a bowling ball, maybe.
It will not. It is
Like-
not a test of strength. It is a test of endurance and pain. But yeah, like it's not going to be a matter of you're not strong enough to carry it. It's a matter of this is really hot. Are you going to suck that up long enough to prove that yours is the blood of the dragon? Because so he just waits. But
Well, I don't know if the cauldron's gonna be hot enough for him. So.
he said either, so
Okay.
you can
Right, I will do these tasks for you if you request it.
Absolutely not. I'm the one who will sit the throne, so I'm the one who has to pass the test. And I just take it off the hook.
Okay. So grabbing it with your hands really sucks. It's supposed to. So you start towards the far cooking fire. You
All the way
take
down at the other end.
Yeah.
take 3 points of damage.
Remember, you've got Blood of Valyria, don't you? So that you
I
do
do,
have
yes.
you do have heat resistance. I think it's +2.
A little bit. So we're factoring that in a different mechanical way.
Okay.
In that this is doing less damage than it would. So
Okay.
you take 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage.
And you're about a fourth of the way there, assuming that you're moving at a walk instead of a run.
I am walking.
Okay. All right. Nobody's
Gracefully.
moving. A few of the captains are nudging each other, and you're pretty sure they're placing bets.
Of course they are.
You continue to walk. You take 3 points of damage.
Okay.
If you cry out in pain, it's 2 points.
I do not cry out in pain.
How many health points do you have?
12. That's half of my damage right there.
Yeah, I reckon you could just make it.
Remember, you can take. Well, when you take physical damage, you can take injuries and wounds to absorb some of the damage.
But I don't know that we can. I don't know how you want to handle that with here.
I mean, I don't see. I mean, it's Rusty's call, but I don't see the reason this is just taking physical damage from any source.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It's burning damage. You'll be able to ameliorate it with wounds and injuries. You continue walking. You take 3 points of damage, or if you cry out in pain, 0 damage.
Don't do it.
I take an injury instead.
Okay, that reduces the damage by your endurance.
which is
Would
3.
you-
Wait,
3?
hold
Okay.
on. My endurance is 4.
Okay, so you take no damage. You don't heal any back, unfortunately. It's getting really hot, though. This next round, you take 6 points of damage, or you have to cry out in pain. And in order to silently take the damage, you need to pass a willpower roll with an appropriate specialty if you think one applies.
Remember, fire and blood.
Fire and blood, fire and blood. Yeah, those are different words than what I was raised. All right, I have dedication, so I'll make a will roll.
Okay, roll it for me. So your plan then is to not cry out in pain.
I'm not crying out in pain.
Right? That is the declaration.
I would
All right.
rather take scars all over the palms of my hands
That's
for the rest
badass.
of my life than to cry out in pain in front of these assholes. Sorry, I'm pulling out my purple dice.
Yep. Gotta roll the royal ones.
Gotta roll the royal ones.
Go ahead and add 2 to reflect your Valyrian blood.
4 plus 2. Okay, 4 dice.
Sounds like the roll is 6, keep 4 plus 2. Is that our total?
Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. 6, keep 4 plus 2. Alright, so I'm looking at 10. Okay, 20 plus 2, 4.
Okay. You are fine. And in fact, you're going to take 3 damage instead for degrees of success.
Okay.
All right. And then you are almost there. You just need to make it to this last bit. So, roll will.
I'm waiting.
This is the last stretch. Do you cry out in pain?
No.
Okay. Then roll will and discipline to not do so. You smell your skin cooking, you're pretty sure. As you walk, you can tell this pot's empty. Whatever you're smelling cooking is not in this pot.
It's my flesh.
Hurts real bad. It is a sickly sweet smell that is all too familiar.
I don't like smell of people burning. That was my grandfather.
What do you mean? All
That's
too
good. That's a
familiar?
good sign. That's a good sign.
Who's her
I rolled
grandpa?
20 on this one.
Okay. Do you have any destiny points?
Yes.
Just curious.
I can make
20,
it a 24 with destiny points.
20 is enough.
Okay.
You walk the last bit, and as you put the cauldron down, you see in the cooking pot on this end what looks to be just like a slab of pork belly sizzling away in the bottom of the cauldron, with a splash of oil on it to enhance the smell. And that was the burning that you smelled, because as you put it down and straighten up, you realize your hands are fine. It was uncomfortably warm, like grabbing a mug of tea before it cooled enough. But you are fine. Your hands aren't even red.
Huh.
He leans casually on his table and waits for you to return.
I do so.
Well, any Lysini whore, like my mother, can spit out someone with white hair. And he gestures breezily towards your family, several of whom, But yours truly must be, then, the blood of the dragon. Very well. You have my leave to seek the tomb.
Did he say the tomb?
did.
He did.
And just matter-of-factly.
The book we read implied it was a tomb.
Oh.
I mean, not like set up to bury someone there, but the people who dug
Go
it.
there, die. Though they slayed a bunch of people there.
And there was the implication that there were already dead in there before.
So, neither man nor woman of Whitebone Isle will stop you from seeking the tomb and the wealth that we are meant to protect therein.
What about the people of Whitebone Isle?
He's just doing the Westerosi non-gender.
No, I'm being silly. Sorry.
Yes. But then there is the matter of tribute. As you may have noticed, Black Bryce Whitebone has fallen in with a bit of a rough crowd. And once you claim the treasure of Whitebone Isle and seek to leave with it, well, you are in water thick with pirates. My oath would be discharged as soon as you recover the hoard, and then I would owe you nothing. If you seek safe passage out of my waters and off this isle, or if you seek our assistance in escorting friends of yours that will help you carry the bulk of the treasure, I'm afraid I need to ask for something more.
Nothing is free.
I will ask for what my father did. Land and a lover.
Do you seek any land in particular?
Something on Westeros proper. And a suitably highborn bride. And then he spits in his palm and holds it out to you. Sounds like he's not pressing on details.
I will spit in my palm and shake his hand.
All right. As the hands come together, the captains cheer and toast their drinks and roar and
What
bellow
of your people
appreciatively.
here?
What of them?
Are they to come with you? Or are they to take over your leadership position here amongst the captains to fight it out?
Maybe I'll keep both. It will just be nice to know that I have another home. A respectable one, as befits my blood.
I have somebody in mind already.
My father was made lord by King Aerys himself, though he was only a prince at the time. But yes, I think I deserve a slice of Westeros for this years of dutiful security paid to all the wealth of the Targaryen dynasty. Distant cousins though they may be.
Of course, that's kind of fair.
Oh,
Honestly.
But on my oath and my axe, we have not touched it, and we have slain any that sailed too close.
As for your captains, we may have need for skilled sailors in the coming conflict. There'll be coin to be made if they're willing.
If there's going to be made, we are willing.
Good.
So,
It won't be piracy, though. It'll be straight up war. All right.
He seems unconcerned.
I look at the Red Rose.
She's up there eating.
Okay.
Just chilling. She's got her feet up on the table, relaxing. All cool. Playing some b-ball outside of the school.
Anything else happen of note with her?
What, a couple Nymaryens up to no good. Thought about
Oh my god.
She fought with one little vulture king. Her mom got scared. She said, "You gotta get the fuck out of Westeros over there." So I headed to the steps. Anyway, sorry. I was just gonna keep going if I don't make myself stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems completely relaxed, and she languidly holds a hand out to the captain next to her, who puts a sizable coin purse in her hand. So it looks like the Red Rose was betting an awful lot on you being made of stern stuff.
Well, she's seen her fight before, so.
Says, well, you can be my guests until the tide rolls out, or a bit before then. And we'll send someone to help you make your way back out of my lover's arms to the south. But then the fist awaits you.
Is it,
You
land-
said suitably highborn. Does that mean not bastard?
Yeah, that basically means
Probably.
someone from a
But-
noble family.
like,
I'll have a
eh,
we'll have a whole kingdom of women to pick from when you are.
Oh no, I know exactly what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Or you could get a troll pick, or
I got a plan. I got a plan.
I'm gonna marry.
Basically just means like someone who doesn't have one of the bastard surnames, you're probably good. Someone who has like an actual house name, probably fine.
I'm gonna marry him
What's
to
up?
Uncle Orain Waters, and they're gonna go do legal business together on the high seas.
Perfect.
Okay.
So you guys have, and he, he hollers, and the kids fight on their way to the door, like four of the oldest looking kids, one of whom just comes hopping down from the rafters, to land with an oof. And they're like scrambling for the door, and like one grabs another one and pulls him back to get in front, and like one trips the other, and they're fighting over who gets out there, and then you hear the gong. So doing the gong is a pretty cool job, you guys. So some of the hard scrabble kids are in a hurry to go ring the gong, and soon the longhouse fills. And just as the rabble start to flood in the front door and both of the side doors, Black Bryce tosses his head to Reyna. Come, we have an empty seat up here. You shouldn't sit with them.
All right. If he offers a hand up the steps, I take it. Otherwise, I don't. I just mount the steps.
He does not. It doesn't
not-
occur to him. He doesn't think of that.
Not that kind of dude, you guys.
So just everybody comes in, and it seems to be just another, like, it's a feast night though, like, so it's kind of a big deal, but people aren't making a big deal out of you lot. You see a couple of the kids with some sticks reenacting the fight on the beach. You see somebody showing off the cool new knife and sword that they took off the guy that died, had an accident in the sand. You've got, right, like, they're just, it's a raucous band of pirates and thieves, and a few of them are now clearly starting to jockey for position to become the next captain.
Right.
Because about an hour into the feast, Ironborn start in, and one guy clambers up onto the table and starts to chant about his ancestors and his deeds, and he's drunk enough that he falls off the table part way through, but everybody laughs in kind of a good-natured way, and it's just this big, loud thing where the arrival of the future queen to come claim this treasure is either something the rest of them don't know or care about. They care that it's like, hey, we all got invited in here, and they got some pigs roasting, and it's a feast, yeah. And
I am all in on the pirate thing. I got booze, I got winches, I'm laughing and jeering at people.
And you guys have about 3 or 4 hours to kill, and then it'll be a matter of going out there, sailing your way around, and you should get to the north side at just about lowest of low tides.
I am entertained.
So, partway through the feast, the Red Rose shows up at your table next to Bela. She just knifes her way into the seat next to you. Whoever was on the other side of you just makes way for a captain, right? Like, that's how people work. And she just has a seat next to you and plunks an eating knife into the table it is technically a normal table knife, and this is technically not any sort of rude threat or bad behavior, right? But that's how she announces her arrival: is a knife in the your corner of your vision, and then she just swings a leg up and over the bench, and has a seat next to you, and then she just takes her open hand and slaps it down on the table, fingers splayed, and then she says, "I want you to know, no hard feelings for what your army did to Jon's army." Tuk, 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 and she starts doing the knife game.
Wow. Okay.
And she does a set back and forth, and then she thunks the knife over next to you, says, "Things felt like they were meant to fall. Jon will do better in the cold, and I do better staying in the sun." And then she tosses her head in what is clearly a challenge.
Yeah, I say, I wasn't sure if we'd ever see you again. And I pick up the knife and put my hand down on the table, and I go through the motions and do it as well.
You have a high enough fighting and agility and stuff. We're not gonna bother necessarily rolling for it. It looks like a do it once and then we're buddies type of challenge, not a we're gonna keep drinking and doing this till one of us is maimed type of challenge. Right? It's a more of a just come on, do it once, and then it's the bad blood's behind us, right? That type of thing. So she goes, I didn't think you lot would come looking for me, and once I fell in with Bryce, and he told me the secret of this place, figured if I did see you again, it wouldn't be me you were coming here for. Because I knew if anyone was this dragon girl he said he was waiting for, it had to be you lot. Who else could beat me? It gets all loud, and then everybody in earshot's like, huzzah! And she takes a drink because you just agree when the captains say something cool about themselves. Like, that's just how things work. So.
Well, we certainly couldn't catch you in a swimming contest.
She has fucking flippers for feet. I don't know how she walks so elegantly here, but flippers for feet, I swear it.
I see that one's wearing a shirt this time.
Yeah, it's only an accident, though.
It won't last long.
Had you known the custom of these people were to not wear one, I wouldn't have bothered.
He didn't know he was going to see you.
That's too bad.
Give it 20 minutes.
Why do you think I was so slow to leave that night?
Slow? Oh, okay.
Oh.
By the way, I just want you to know that water was cold, so anything you saw was not an accurate representation.
Oh, not to worry. Once you hit the water, I didn't see anything.
I saw something.
Oh dear.
And she seems to just be in genuine good cheer and stuff. Like, remember that time you tried to kill me? Like, right? And she's like, bygones are bygones.
I will take the big flask of booze. I'm drinking it, shove it in her hands. I know she's already drinking something. That's my side of friendship.
So yeah, she seems just like she might absolutely still put a knife in your ribs, but that's part of the fun of being her friend, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
you might not want to get too drunk. We are going cave diving later.
Well, I think we want her with us. That was the case.
I heard how you lot danced your way through the reefs on the way in. You should take somebody to help you on the way out. Traveling in at low tide with this light watching, you don't want to embarrass yourselves again.
Oh, I'm not embarrassed. I wasn't the captain.
I've done a hell of a lot more embarrassing things than that.
That's true.
Bold of you to assume I've reached the peak of my dumbass.
But yes, if your new master will approve, you can aid us on the way out. And again, like my offer was genuine earlier, there's coin to be made if you'll sell with us, you and your friends.
Yeah. There's coin to be made if we don't also. Wars always bring merchants, and merchants always bring coin. But I'm sure we'll go where Bryce wants. He's good to his people until they try to leave. He takes the secret of this place seriously.
Good.
Oh, that's good. My brother is correct, though. I should go easy on the drinks. I'm going to be doing a lot of swimming.
And you guys are able to enjoy the rest of a fairly pleasant time. Oris drinks too much, but Oris is also not the captain of your ship. So, flexible on whether it's too much or not.
Yeah.
But
And
Oris
Adam may have a quiet word of like maybe slow down a little bit. We've still got a job to do, but he's not gonna like tell him off or anything.
Oris will just shrug and we're not fighting these folk anymore, and that's all I'm good for. And then he palms a small cask and drinks. That's what you lot bring me for, and now I don't gotta do it. So I can be friendly.
Is this your way? Is this what you being friendly looks like?
This is Oris figured out the boss of me.
So he just,
I think that might be his way of telling me to fuck off. So
You're not my real dad.
I don't have one.
My real dad would want me to drink a lot.
Right? Like, if my dad was here, he'd be drinking. So he doesn't seem to be like in a bad mood about it. He just seems like determined to enjoy the vibe, and drink up with, whatever awful concoction anybody puts within arm's reach.
I'm just trying to keep us from like drowning in these caves.
Anybody else up to anything of note?
Adam's gonna stick close to Ferris because this is not like Adam's realm at all. He's just gonna stick with the person he feels safest with, and probably like talk about what notes that Ferris has been taking. And
Ferris is actually lingering up by the captain's table, so he can hear if Bryce and Rhaena say anything important. Like, he's sitting up there. He found some rickety little stool to set up a few feet behind Bryce's throne and where Rhaena is sitting.
I thought I was sat next to Rhaena anyway.
Well, Rhaena got moved up to the captain's table.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So as part of that, part of that moving, he went up there and he's just like, shh, make sure I can hear if they say anything historic.
That's fine. I'm just gonna sit next to you because they're all getting like very loud and mean over there, so I don't really want to be in it.
I think that sums the island up. Yes.
As you look over, Luke's got part of his shirt up. He's like, "Look, I still have the wound from where you stabbed me."
So the feast continues for a couple more hours of pretty good time. A little bit of tension, just kind of lingering danger in the air on account of everyone on the island and who you are and what you're here for. But before too long, Bryce thunks a tankard down a couple times. It's splashing ale out. And he slams it a couple more times. And eventually the quiet spreads, right? It's a judge banging his gavel. They're here. They're ready to take what they can from the belly of my lover. And everybody raises drinks and cheers and huzzahs. He goes, so, once that starts, you lot, you be good. We spit, we shook on it, and they've my protection. And a low murmur spreads through the crowd. Well then, 3 cheers for the dragon. And somebody starts up a hip hip, and there are huzzahs, hip hip huzzah, hip hip huzzah. And the people uproariously cheer the return of the Targaryen dynasty. And now it's time to go. It sounded like Red Rose was who you were going to take with you to help navigate.
Red,
Yes. Yes.
come with. Guide me out of this hellhole.
That makes the difficulty for the awareness rolls like a 7, which I'm pretty sure you can't fail. And if you do, it's not going to be very fun, so I don't care. So we'll just call it free. But yeah, having somebody along to help navigate gets you out just fine. And all right. Do you want to invite Black Bryce along also, or just take Red Rose?
I think I would like to invite him. This was his family's. Like, this is what they vowed on. This is, you know. And I want him to be there to discharge that responsibility.
You notice, like, he appreciates that. He does not say so. He doesn't well up. He's not like, just like my daddy wanted, right? But he appreciates that as a letting him be here for it in an almost Maester Pharisee way. He's like, yeah, I get to see the history, like this thing that we half understood for so long. Cool, right? So he seems appreciative. And yeah, so the knot of you make your way back down to the beach area and get down the docks to your crew. A few of them are muttering as they see the Red Rose, and you remember, yeah, a couple of these guys are veterans from the Vulture King campaign, and she was the talk of camp a bit, so that's fair. But before long, you are all sobered up a bit by the spray of the ocean on your face, and the wind in your hair, and the rolling of the ship beneath you as you are carried up and around to the northern side of the island. And there is a much quicker route out through the reefs. You think you picked it up, Luke, on this one quick sail, but you're pretty sure that some of it had to do with just the timing of like a wave getting you over part where you were like, I wouldn't have rolled the dice on that. But they must know that this one bit, maybe a piece of reef broke off a while ago and there's just a little bit of a gap, right? Or something like that. But you think it'll be easier to return and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a much shorter and quicker route out. And then you're up and around. And then just as the sun is setting, you're coming around the island. You have the sunset past the white cliffs, just as you're sailing around the island, past it and off to the west, beyond even Dorne. The sun's going down and you see this really stark shot. And as you're circling to the north side, because of the sunset lingering, there's this high relief sort of lighting, right? Because the light's very low and sideways and dramatic. And you see one of the cliffs looks like a clenched fist, with the light hitting it and kind of exaggerating the knuckles, type of thing. You can see, that must be the stone fist. And you sail in closer, and you do see there is a mountain path. Maybe just weird part of cliff that looks like you can traverse it from here. But there is a mountain path around some of the cliffs, and as you're getting closer, you see stone, not just coral, but stone like from the cliffs, jutting up through the water near the edge of these mountain. I'm gonna say mountain. I guess I don't remember the definition of mountain is a certain height, but you know what I'm saying. The cliffs, and you see that the fist is actually one of those. It's not actually attached directly to the mountainside. It is an arm jutting up out of the sea, type of thing. It's not actually like a statue, but that's what it looks like.
That's very
So,
cool.
it looks like if the water were to recede more, this would just be all craggy, kind of peak-looking stuff. But as it is, just as you're getting close, Bryce is up in the prow, and he's leaning very comfortably over the front of the deck, and he goes, "Here we go. She'll give us a peek soon. Many a day I came and watched this open and wondered. But many a night I drunk myself to sleep, having kept the vow and never gone in myself. But here we are." And just then the tide is out far enough, and as a wave recedes, you can see a cave opening. Below it's still just about the surface of the water, but as you're approaching, the tide is going out a little bit more, and you're like, yeah, well, that's definitely a cave opening that leads into this rocky stuff that's all connected to the cliffs. And as you get right up on it and close enough to drop a longship, you see that there does look like you could reach here for a couple hours a day over land. There's kind of a rocky outcropping that you're pretty sure you could get some stuff back and forth, but it's going to take time, right? And it's going to be a little slow going. But it does look like it straight up connects, and maybe, would be the easier way. But there we are. Longship is ready. Who is going in the longship? Red Rose seems disinterested. She looks like
go.
She seems to have decided that she says, "No, not that cursed place," and just begs off. So I'm assuming all 4 PCs.
Yes.
Are we taking Oris, Ferris, Bryce?
Does Oris want to go? This doesn't seem like a thing he would enjoy doing.
He's a big. I mean, he's a big dude. He might not fit in the space. I don't know how big it is, but also, oh no, that having been said, he can carry a lot of shit.
Right.
Anyway, and if he wants to go back, I guess he can wait in the boat.
I can carry the chest out once we find the treasure.
Oh, there's going to be more than one chest.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a lot then.
I'm hoping.
I think perhaps he should come, and
Yes.
if it would not be a problem, I think Ferris very much wants to document this.
Sounds like yes. Yeah, Ferris, he wants to. He would not say anything. But yeah, Ferris.
That's what I'm saying.
And Bryce did just pine a bit about how he's never gone inside, but he didn't ask to go inside. Asking something is a sign of weakness. Stating aloud you would like something and letting somebody else offer it is how things are done. So he goes, and as you guys are lowering the ship, he hops nimbly down into it and rides it down, sea legs for days in those tight black leather pants.
Stop it.
Bryce says, just so you lot know, all I know about it is that saying I heard, death from above, death from below, prove your worth, pay your respects, and give your name. Other than that, I don't know how to be safe in this place. We could all die in here.
Good.
We could all die at any time, really.
Speaking of which, hey Rose, if I die, don't steal my boat.
Not to worry, you're not out by sunup. It's not your boat anymore. The island has laws.
She's turned over a new leaf. She follows laws now.
All right then. The longship is ready to go and push off. You could do a lot worse for a rower than Oris. So you were able to get there in good time. The water never recedes very far from.
Are we bringing Bryce?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you are able to pull right up and yeah, it's easy enough, especially with Luke and Bryce, who are both pretty okay at water things. People to clamber out and get onto that kind of stone walkway, and your feet get a little wet when the waves roll in. It's slick, but it is, say, 8 feet across. Looks like, this kind of ridge that attaches it to the mainland. So you're like, yeah, we could, like wheelbarrows could make this, and yeah, okay. So you're able to clamber out of the boat and up onto the stone, and then into the mouth of this cave. We are getting close.
Make sure we secure the boat and all that. So
Yeah, there's you're able to lash it to. There's an iron ring mounted on the wall next to the cave entrance. So yeah, you're able to secure the longboat, and you are good to go. Which brings us to the cave proper. The vault entrance is clearly worked stone. The mouth is clearly a natural cave, and meant to stay kind of hidden. It's the first line of defense, is just looking like a cave that's mostly
Right.
underwater, nothing good there. But when you get in, the stone is worked, and the floor is smooth, and you're in a kind of, let's go. It's worked into a hexagon, like real smooth, real smooth, real smooth up and down, real smooth diagonal, real smooth on top. In a very old world feeling, like nobody builds like this anymore. And it's a little uncanny. Like we see stuff and think of Rome as an architecture style. As you're stepping into here, and people are lighting the torches, because you guys brought some torches and lanterns. I'm not gonna bog it down with the shopping, right? But as you guys light some torches and lanterns, Ferris is like, this is old Valyrian work.
This is possibly ancient.
According to my dad, he swore it was older than old Valyrian work, like before the fall and such.
Wow.
Wow. Now, everyone, remember the words. We need to watch out for danger. And paying particular attention to the ceiling. Yeah, definitely paying attention to the ceiling and walking very gingerly.
All right. So you are now formally in the first chamber, where it is transitioning from from rough cave that has been smoothed out by the elements to rough-hewn stone. And it looks like the water does still get in here. Some, like the sides, are wet, and it looks like as the tides come in, the water floods at least some of the chambers that you are about to find. And you are in the first room, so since you guys are looking out for it, how about some awareness rolls? Because you guys are all concerned and are looking for death from above.
And not dying's a kind of boat to sail through life.
Yeah.
So
Is this a notice thing?
Yes, we'll allow notice.
No, I imagine search.
Wait.
Or-
Yeah, search, not notice. Sorry. Notice is the empathy one type of
Yeah.
thing.
Well, empathy's the empathy one.
Empathy has its own thing.
Fuck 'em. All right, let me.
Yeah, I think with notice, it's passively spotting something, and if it's search, it's you're actively looking for it.
Okay, that makes
Go
sense.
double. I'll take another look at the awareness stuff. Let's see. So notice is perceiving small details and blah blah blah. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's allow notice.
I figured there's enough overlap that
Yeah.
it would be okay.
So yeah, you can use your notice specialty if you've got it.
I've got-
All
Cool.
right.
I've gotten 14.
Me too.
19.
23.
Okay.
Wow.
With the 14s, you notice that the floor is also made of hexagons. You might not have noticed it if the tide hadn't like recently come out, but you could just kind of tell because it's that fine a craftsmanship that like looking for traps and just watching your feet as you first transition over. The floor and the like lateral sides of the hexagon and presumably the very top of the hexagon is all finely worked, fitting together almost seamlessly hexagonal stones. Looks like maybe tiles, but it's very very fine work. So you're able to realize it's not just worked smooth; it's this hexagon pattern continuing. So that's with the 14s. You just are able to notice that. Felicia, you had a 19. You said
Yes.
okay. You notice as people are looking around the room and you're taking a look as a wave comes up and then some water recedes. You see something floating at the far end of the room, and you're able to just barely see it at the edge of lantern light without trying to cross the room. It's a corpse or part of a corpse. Luke, you see the hexagonal pattern, the corpse or part of a corpse, and you notice that there are cracks enough looking upwards that these are not tiles. These are individual stones worked in next to each other that might very well move if somehow triggered.
Look at the stones. They're not tiles. They come apart or fall or something.
Huh.
So
Is that corpse over there look fleshy or stone or bony? Because
it looks rotty, fleshy, little bit of meat on it. It's hard to tell the age of a corpse if it's been in this cave this whole time.
Yeah.
Half underwater, half not, half, it could be the workers that Jon Connington saw to the deaths of. It could be somebody that's come here since. It hard to say.
flesh doesn't tend to stay on bodies very long in water.
Yeah. But
Because
they're also
things
not
eat them.
consistently in the water,
Yeah.
so it's hard to tell. So what you guys are realizing, and this is partially aided very briefly by a bit of water that is still draining, the floor tiles are clearly some sort of pressurized thing, and you're having trouble discerning which they are. So what we're looking at here, out of character, is to cross the room, you need to roll a die or trigger a trap. You can improve the odds of that by trying to make some athletics tests to kind of make your way using the slope on the sides instead of quite touching the bottom, or by jumping to minimize the spots you're stepping on, or that sort of thing. Or you can improve your odds by taking longer and trying to spot which exactly tiles are triggers. Right now, to game it out, you're looking at a 4, 5, or 6 when you cross the room. On a 4, 5, or 6, you have triggered a trap. If you succeed on an athletics roll, it's a 5 or 6. If you fail on the athletics roll, you trigger a trap. So there's a bit of a gamble on trying to improve those odds.
I say athletics.
My athletics is I'm trying to think of something else I could be doing. Because what I was thinking of doing was like using my like sword or something, just the tip of it, to like tap the tiles individually before like putting full weight on them, to just basically listen if something moves.
I mean, so far nobody has interacted with floor stuff, so you can have that plan, but nobody's tried it yet. You're not sure what would happen.
If I may, Raina, I could try to put a little bit of pressure on these hexagons on the floor to see if anything moves, and perhaps try to carefully feel our way across. Something like that. Poke it with
What's
a
on
stick.
the other side, Rusty?
I'm sorry?
What's on the other side?
A corner, like where you see this body kind of laying at the very edge of your light, but then it turns a corner into the next room.
Okay.
But you do see unworked stone on the far side. So it looks like there's this worked chamber. You've got to get past this trap, and then it's relative safety on the other side. And then you worry about the next room.
Because it presumably means that whatever the trap is comes from the ceiling, presumably. So,
Or
it probably corresponds to the floor. So I'm just thinking, if we prod the tiles first, it might let us know which ones are safe.
if any of them are.
Well, I mean,
Right.
it was intended to be returned to, so there must be some that are.
Well, it's been here since before that, but yeah.
No one builds this to. I mean, I don't see. Well, never mind. I'm not going to speculate.
Like, there has to be a way, yes. All right, well,
Right.
let's try that. I mean,
But take my spear. It'll give you
Yeah.
further better reach than your sword.
Spear is a great idea, yeah.
All right, so who's doing it?
I think that sounded like Luke was volunteering, but if he was only volunteering the spear and I still have to do it, that's fine.
Well, I'll do it, but it's not like you want to do it. I was just offering my spear. I'll do
Well,
it, though.
I was offering to do it because no one else was coming up with any ideas, so.
Oh, well, I mean, I did. Wasn't just going to cross with athletics, but yeah. I take the spear and I prod
If you-
one of the.
If you think you can leap across, by all means, but I am incapable of doing that. So, by all means, leap across if you feel you can do that, but I'm going to have to do this.
And some mixed signals here, but that's okay. I'm
I
going to go
think
forward
we'll-
with this.
I think we'll be happy knowing a safe route if we have to carry large
Yeah,
treasure
just-
chests out.
Just give it.
I take the spear and prod one of the hexagons nearby.
All right. That hex seems safe.
Okay. And can you leap to that one? How far big are the hexagons?
Has
We're
Mr.
not
First
going to micromanage it. We're sticking with the 4, 5, or 6 part to keep it vague.
Does Ferris have like any chalk, or is there like a
Yeah,
stone
chalk.
nearby we can use to like mark the ones that are safe?
Sure. He has a piece of chalk.
So just when Luke identifies that one as not having triggered anything, I'll put a big X on it.
Okay. So this sounds like the plan is to then try and slowly, meticulously make it across the room, picking out safety.
I mean, I'm not saying that everyone has to do that. It's just what Adam is going to have to do because he only has 2 in athletics and 1 working leg. So
Yeah.
like he can't. He's just not going to pass an athletics roll. So other people can do other stuff, but this is what Adam needs to do.
Sure. Like I said, though, also thinking about how we leave, it might be useful to know where to step carrying heavy things.
Yeah, it'll probably be harder to jump across if we're carrying chests.
All right.
I've been Nancy and trying the next square.
The very next hex, a thing happens. So, Luke, make an agility test.
Of course. We do have to be in and out before the tide comes back in.
I mean, if we have to come out and do it again in the morning or whatever, then I mean that's not ideal, but
16 on the agility test.
Okay. You are able to keep yourself and your spear from being broken when there is a soft click as you prod this hex. And a hex stone that does not directly correspond to that hex comes plummeting down. Like a pillar just comes slamming down like 2 hexes away.
Cool.
And it crashes against the stone and stays there.
Okay.
And the pillar extends beyond view.
Alright, well, you know what, that's good. This is good to know, because if it stays there once it's been triggered, then we could potentially just deliberately trigger them, and then we're just left with the safe ones.
It depends on how many are triggered, because it could also keep people from going in.
That's true.
All right, I try the next one as I advance.
All right, so we will continue making our way. Luke, make an athletics test.
Oh, Lord.
I have a 12.
All right. That was a failure, but without extra degrees of failure. So it is your spear that breaks instead of you.
God damn.
As you reach out and you poke the next one, the pillar, like one behind the one you poked, comes slamming down, and you are able to lunge back out of the way, but it catches your spear and slams it down to the stone. And
I like that spear.
A knife on a shorter stick than a proper spear.
I will buy you as many new spears as you want.
It's not the same.
Like, I told you to give me the spear so I could do it, and you went ahead anyway, so...
How far am I through the to the floor? How many more did I do?
About a quarter of the way.
Cool.
If this ends up being a path that works, because it could be that your way forward here ends up getting blocked off and you'll have to backtrack and start over. So,
I guess I advance.
How? Like, what are you doing with far the stones now?
I'm going to leap a few squares to try to cover a little bit of ground.
Okay. In the abstract, this is the athletics roll to just cross, period.
Essentially, yeah.
All right, then. Make an athletics test.
Oh, I gotta roll better on these. 14.
All right. You hop a square, land on a second square. A pillar drops just behind you as you vault again, and do kind of an American Ninja Warrior for like 2 steps on the slope and make it to the far stones. So you just kind of had to pick up speed to not get crushed, and slow and methodical did not work out.
It is looking that way.
You are on the other side.
Okay, well, there's a kind of path.
Luke, is there any sort of mechanism over there to stop this or reset it or something?
I'll take a look. That's what I'll be looking at. Well,
It's unworked stone over here. You hear under your breath on the far side of the chamber, perhaps the tides coming in resets these. Oh, those Valyrians, from Ferris under his breath.
Oh. Okay.
curious. If they were some sort of like lava stone, they would float.
Who knows? I mean, we don't want to be in here when the tide comes in anyway, so...
I don't see any kind of mechanism. It's solid stone over here.
Right.
You guys are just going to have to come across and have faith in the 7.
Oh Lord.
I'm not lacking in faith in the 7, Luke.
Alright, I'm going to make athletics checks to get across.
All right, Bela goes to scramble across. Roll it.
Whoever old Valyrians built this, they're ableist.
I have
Probably,
a 19.
Okay. You start on kind of the opposite side, because there's a couple pillars in the way on this side, and you are able to not trigger a single trap. Now, it might be because you missed the ones, because you were kind of vaulting and scrambling and climbing, but yeah, Bela is able to make it across on the other end, and nothing happens. No stones come plummeting from above.
Hey, Horace, you can carry Adam?
Yeah? Oh, like across here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, it has been demonstrated multiple times throughout my life, but the thing is, if Oris steps on one that triggers a trap, then we both die.
If he fails an athletics test.
If he
And you don't
fails that.
necessarily die, you get hit. You go-
I mean, you either got to risk it and cross or stay here. I don't know what else to tell you.
Oris looks curiously at Adam, like, you haven't asked me to pick you up yet, so I won't. But, like, he's clearly ready to.
I'm gonna go.
All right, Raina scrambling across, doing the athletics test or just the 50-50 chance test? Like, are you just regally walking across like you are unafraid of this Valyrian death trap, or are you making some athletics tests to minimize exposure to the floor and stuff?
Oh.
I bet the Valyrians use magic to get through this.
I'm absolutely gonna cruise.
You're just gonna walk? All right.
I have a destiny point.
Okay, so while Oris and Luke and Adam are deciding what to do, everybody's breath catches in their throat as Raina just walks across. Just like she carried this hot cauldron earlier, she just walks down the center of the room, occasionally having to veer from where pillars have already fallen. She just chin up, not paying any attention to her feet, walking like a queen, crosses the room.
Mark my trail and come this way.
Okay.
Uh,
Although, if this turns out to be one of these things that only works for Targaryens, then...
Hey, Adam, I wasn't watching where she stepped. I was, like, looking at her face and stuff to see if she got hit by nothing.
that's
don't
alright.
want me
This is why Ferris is here. Like, the most... a very observant person.
With a good memory.
With an
Uh,
excellent...
Ferris looks up and he's drawing, not paying attention. Huh?
Yeah, he's doodling in the margins. Ferris Nymaryen. He's practicing his signature and stuff, you know.
And it'll be like, I can't be angry at you after that.
Ferris.
I was going to be furious, but that was too cute.
Ferris is.
I'll be furious. Be
I
furious.
think I know the ones that she stepped on, but.
I do too. So, how about
So we're gonna.
how about I point out the ones I think they are, you point out the ones that you think they are. I
We're
will see
gonna.
if they match.
We're gonna call this a cunning test instead of the athletics test
Okay.
to modify the likelihood of triggering a trap.
Smart.
Because some of these also might trigger the second time they're pressed or something, because Targaryens are dicks.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. So
So there's
Let me
still a
just check.
random roll, but
Yeah. Let me just check if any of my. Oh, right. Okay. If it's still a. Right. Hold on. Am I rolling cunning then?
yes.
Okay. And does decipher, logic, or memory help?
Let's go memory. And then also get a +1 bonus die, rolled, not kept, but +1 die from Ferris as an assist.
Great, thank you. Okay, that actually gives me a shot. Oh, don't fall off. Well, that's looking okay. Right, I'm only keeping 3. So, I'm looking at 16. I do
Okay.
have destiny points if needed.
All right. That is a successful enough roll to modify the likelihood of triggering a trap as per a successful athletics roll.
Okay.
So, who is crossing next and using that advice, presumably?
Yeah, I think since I've just done that, I think I'm just gonna say, like, right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it.
Okay. Horus stands down, and Adam starts his way across.
So is it just one dice? Or is it you rolling?
Yep,
Really?
I'm rolling for these ones.
All right. Okay.
All right. Adam makes his way across, bit of a hesitant and uneven gait, despite himself, but
Yeah.
nothing plummets from the ceiling and crushes him.
Yeah. It was gonna be like a kind of a weird sort of mix of being careful but also trying to hurry.
Now that several of you are on the other side, you do in fact see the next room looks just like this one. It's the same hexagonal hexes on the floor, etc., but it's like a 90-degree turn. And upon thinking, you're like, yeah, I guess like the ridges that we saw peeking up from the water, it does seem like this is the way to go. So it looks like you're going from room to room towards something on the mainland, right? These are basically tunnel chambers taking you to the cliff sides.
The floor is the issue this time.
So right now we have nobody left on the other side but NPCs. Bryce is standing, arms crossed, looking faintly bemused, leaning against the unworked cave stone inside. Ferris is looking a little nervous and writing, and Oris is looking like, was I supposed to let Adam do that, or was I supposed to stop him and carry him? So it's NPCs, so it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's going to encourage them to come over.
Who? Are you guys to say, all right, come on, it's fine? Like, they're your NPCs.
I mean, it's not going to say it's fine. It's going to be right. So, like, I went on these ones here. So, just follow my lead, and like he's ready to guide someone across.
Which someone?
All 3 of them, but not at the same time. Just
right. So which one first? They're NPCs, so I'm trying to let the PCs decide things.
okay.
So who do you guys want next?
Ferris.
Okay.
Am I supposed to carry him or just let him walk?
Let him walk. I mean, unless he wants to be carried, but I don't think he will.
Ferris, not under these circumstances, and then finishes writing or drawing something, and then straightens up and steels himself and starts across. We're going to give him the same roll that you used to modify the chances.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ferris has to make an athletics test.
He's probably better at it.
Whew. All right. He rolled exactly what was needed to avoid the falling rock. So he starts his way across, but apparently just one footfall is on a different stone than yours, or maybe one is set to go off on a second tap. But either way, he's making his way across and hears or feels something underfoot and throws himself scrambling the last several steps across, and a stone pillar comes thooming down and narrowly misses him.
Adam's absolutely like catching him at the other side and like holding on to him. Like,
Oh Lord!
It's like,
Are you all
these
right?
robes. Maybe I shouldn't have worn these robes for this trip.
I mean,
I'm
possibly
fine.
not.
I didn't drop anything. Yep, I'm fine. He like checks his limbs and
Right.
kind of
Like,
ruefully stands up.
I'm so glad you're all right. Let's like pull the rope up a bit and then we'll like retie it so that you've at least got like it's not touching the ground. Like Adam's going to start fussing with him and
I remember a book about how to gird my loins. Yes, and I think I shall before the next room. It's actually a thing. It's about bundling up this sort of clothes.
yeah.
So he does so. Oris and Bryce are both now standing at the edge, talking to each other, conversation. Just chilling.
Right. Come on. Yeah. This one, and then this one, then this one, and then you could probably actually hop from there.
They're both looking back and forth like not sure who wants to go next.
Or I mean,
Anybody?
honestly, either of you could probably just make the jump.
Anybody offering to tell them who to come next? I'm trying to get PCs to decide things. Or we're leaving
Right,
it to chance.
right.
I'm fine
Alright.
leaving it. I'm fine leaving it to chance. They'll literally just flip a coin, is what's going to happen to see who goes next. But
All right. Well, it doesn't really matter. Just go with Oris first.
okay, Oris first. Oris is going to try jumping to minimize floor exposure, which is not clearing it in like a jump, but it's hopping and landing and then hopping and landing.
Yeah.
So Oris needs to roll athletics.
I was imagining him like clambering across the fallen pillars like King Kong.
He does not get to use his strength, which would give him 5 bonus dice on this athletics roll, but Oris does have a pretty good athletics. So he uses his mighty fuse, and he just kind of standing jumps, and will be minimizing his exposure, and that gives this a 5 or a 6.
Although anything he lands on, he's going to land on a lot harder.
Nothing happens. So Oris makes it across,
Good.
which leaves Bryce, who just, well,
You've got this, Captain.
and then he takes a different route.
Oh,
He's like, he just mutters under his breath, "Gotta go my own way," and
fair enough.
and makes it through just fine. He does not swagger through. He is still hopping and scrambling a bit. He doesn't just lift his chin and imperiously try to strut. But he makes it through without triggering anything.
Phew.
So, all right, you guys had some pretty hot dice there. which brings us on this side of the room, over here. You see that there's you guys had an extra lantern, so you set it down, and you're able to now make out when you are past the trap. You make out old Valyrian on the sides of the wall, with it lit from multiple places. You can see kind of etched on the stone in a pattern. You make out in old Valyrian on each side. It says "Death from above."
Right.
And
now they tell us.
and now looking for it in room 2 with your extra lighting and an idea of what to look for, you see "Death from below" written on the side walls. And the rest of this room looks pretty similar. It's the hexes, the tiles, that sort of thing.
Can we grab that body from the previous room, toss it into this one to see what happens?
I love this idea. Amazing.
Looking at the body more, you guys can tell this is a person that died by violence. It was, you see the sort of break that even before most of the meat was taken off these bones by decay and whatever. You're like, oh no, this was somebody that got like hacked by a sword, and then these ribs are broken in a way that shows that they were run through and finished off. So there's that. And yeah, Oris will heave the body pretty easily with his chunky boy athletics. Okay, so Oris gets about 2-step start and then tries to like slide the body across the floor to trigger as many things as possible.
Right.
And
Does it fall apart?
yeah, like, it's gross, it's slimy, it's all really bad, but you hear a couple of clicks, and it takes you a second to then spot them. But a moment after you hear the clicks, you see darts on the ground. And what must have happened, and some of you saw it a little more clearly than others, some darts shot up through the floor and tinked against the ceiling and then fell down to clatter onto the cobbles. Not cobbles, but the tiled floor.
Stones, yeah.
So it looks like this one is darts of something.
It can't be anything good.
Can I grab one?
I was just thinking the same of like,
I think Oris might be able to with his wingspan.
Okay.
But he's gonna have to step on a tile to do it. Everybody else would need to step on 2 tiles.
That's right. I mean, if we figure out how to get across, we can grab one on the way past.
I'm just gonna go across, athletic style.
Okay. You're not gonna be able to stop and pick up a dart that way.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Bela goes for it.
I have a 17 on my athletics check.
That will give you improved odds. Nothing happens. So Bela is able to nimbly leap and hop and dart across, and you don't hear anything or see anything.
I follow her.
All right, Luke also makes an attempt.
I swear, if you die by poison, your wife is gonna kill me.
Yeah. She's like, that's my job.
If I die, it's going to be because I keep rolling a lot of 2s on these athletics rolls.
Oof, this is tense.
I have 14.
Okay. That does not succeed. But the good news is, I rolled a 6, so succeeding would not have helped anyway. You trigger a trap. Or potentially more than one, because that's how this works. So now, make an athletics test to see if you are hit by the things that you trigger on the way.
Hey, there's a good roll. I have 12, 16, 22.
Okay. You feel something pluck at your sleeve, but you are able to make it through, and you have a dart on the other side. Stuck in your sleeve, only just barely having missed you.
Huh.
Well, you got one.
Success.
Found one.
Got one.
All right. You guys have a very small, very sharp-looking dart that, if handled with care, you could pluck from his sleeve. And
Don't grab the pointy end.
So if we have like cloaks or blankets or something, maybe we could just throw that over the ground to catch the darts or slow them down. Or something.
this dart is stuck in the top part of his sleeve. Like, it went through the bottom of his sleeve and barely missed him and stuck in the top. And remember, he is wearing armor. So it looks like these are small, fast, sharp darts that are gonna poke through some stuff. Like a shield or something would probably work, but or like a breastplate, but nothing light like you guys have.
I didn't bring a shield with me.
I'm wearing a breastplate. Right.
So that's a might work to stop it. The dart does look a little bit shiny. There's something on it.
Oh, carefully remove it and put it on the ground near me.
Okay.
If Uncle was here, he might be able to identify the substance. But I'm sure it's not pleasant.
You can try to identify it.
Yeah, I mean, like I was definitely
not
like,
me.
Ferris.
I had to go out of the room, but yeah, I was very much in favor of obtaining a dart if Luke was willing to toss it over.
Well,
You probably don't want him to throw the poison dart at you.
And not at me, obviously. Just, you know, in the...
I'm saying it's a little needle thing. It's gonna be really hard to like accurately toss a safe distance type of thing. But the people on the other side, diagnosis is a specialty of healing. Who has the healing skill? The three of you that have made it over. I mean, everybody should have some healing.
I think I've only got 2. Let me check. Yeah, I've only got 2. I'm not across yet either, though, so...
Okay.
But I mean, you know, by all means, hang on to it until someone with the healing...
roll.
You can't make it unless you've got 3 or more dice. So, for this test.
We do have Ferris, who does have a lot more healing skill.
But he's not on that side right now. So this is the...
Yeah, but they don't need to analyze it right this minute, though. They can just hang on to it.
Unless
yes,
some of us get
but
stuck
this
on
was
the way
me
over.
offering to let people analyze it right this second.
Okay.
So that you guys can maybe know what's going to happen if somebody gets stuck by one. But it sounds like nobody on the side with the needle has a 3 or better in medicine.
Yeah, I do not.
Okay. So, you guys are like, nope, there's definitely some weird sheen on this, but there's no telling. Who's next?
Well, I guess... Oh, alright, okay.
Alright, how's Raina crossing?
Are you going to try and just walk again?
Yes.
That was your coin flipped? Alright, so she's just going chin up, walking
Yes, 1,
through.
2, 3, no. 4, 5, 6, yes.
Alright, well, that's the same odds of getting hit by something. So, 1, 2, 3, you don't trigger it. 4, 5, 6, you do.
Oh my god.
God damn it. Alright, nothing happens. She just carelessly saunters across. Everything's fine. Who's next?
I think I'm going to like keep up the trend of like watching where Reyna
All right.
goes and copying her.
Make the cunning test to try and note exactly where she stepped.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, nice. Okay, I've got a pretty good roll there. Well, 16.
Okay, that will give you the better odds.
Okay.
So are you crossing next?
Yeah. Telling Ferris like you better be like right behind me.
All right. All right. We need an athletics test from Adam.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is what I was scared of. Oh well. Okay. Nice on is. And I've rolled 2 6s.
Okay.
I've got
That's
right.
the best you can roll.
Yeah, that is literally the best I can roll, but I'm not sure if 12's going to be enough.
Boxcars.
Is 12 enough?
It is not.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh,
So
and-
you can spend a destiny point for a bonus die and spend a destiny point to keep a bonus die. So that would be 2 destiny points. For the record, you need that bonus die to come up a 3 or better. You need a 15.
and that's the only way to.
Not be
get
hit.
stuck.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I had a temporary destiny point from earlier, so and I've got 2 of my permanent ones still, so that leaves me on 1.
All right. So
Please,
we'll
please.
spend it one at a time.
Okay.
First off, you spend a destiny point to get a bonus die.
Oh, and then
Now,
see if I want to keep it.
yeah. Now roll the bonus die because I'm letting you guys do this kind of one at a time.
It is
Okay.
another 6.
All right.
Okay.
So now you spend another destiny point to keep it. Because if that one came up like a 1,
Yeah.
you
No
could
point.
spend a destiny point for another bonus die.
Oh,
And
okay.
then, right. So I'm letting you roll it one at a time to get the most out of your destiny points. So
Right.
that
Okay.
was
Yeah.
the reason for that particular order. But
No,
with a 6, you are able to only just barely not get hit. You feel this in your boot. Like you feel a pressure on the side of your boot, and it went up through the sole into the leather on the side by your ankle. If that leg was not kind of twisted and a little bit withered from disuse, that would have hit skin. Like it's that close. It was your destiny to not quite get hit by that. And now you have a needle that you can diagnose over there if you've got a better medicine skill.
I don't, but I have a pet maester who,
All right.
who will hopefully succeed at his roles.
Ferris, it sounds like, was coming up next, according
Yeah, I
to.
can tell him to follow me.
All right.
And I hope that telling him to follow me hasn't gotten him in a bad place.
Okay. Ferris is able to make it across just fine. Nothing triggers. He checks the folds of his robes are unneedled,
Yes.
and all is well.
Well, I'm glad we did that before we headed on. Yeah, Adam will like pull that needle out of his boot and offer it to Ferris. Like,
All right. Across the room, Oris and Bryce are flipping a coin, so you have a second. And Maester Ferris will take a look and make a diagnosis test. This is that. All right. No one move. Yes, before we start across again and before we touch any of these other needles, this is bloom blood. It comes from particularly colorful fish that swim around the stepstones and across the narrow sea. some hunters use it to take down large game when they want the pelt instead of consuming the meat. It paralyzes and attacks the heart.
Oh. Oh.
Let us be very careful. And he like sets that needle down. He doesn't even drop it. He doesn't want to let it bounce. He like puts it down and scoots it off to one side.
Well, the good news is our pelts would have been intact.
So yes, let us be careful.
Might save House Bolton the effort.
Yeah, handy if you're getting skinned.
All right, it looks like Bryce is up next, according to their coin toss. Oris gives him a pat on the back that almost sends him tumbling onto the tiles, but is meant to be a good luck pat. But he's
Just
like, oh, all right. And Bryce will give it a go. All right, once again, he does not stroll across. He still clambers and hops, but nothing happens, which leaves Oris. He will hop and leap and scramble and tumble and make an athletics test to not get hit by a dart.
Oh, Lord.
Which is where the weirdness of athletics comes in. Because, like, Oris and the mountain have it up real high, but you use it to also not get hit by poison traps. Like, he's so big, it's hard for darts to hit him. But, all right. Oris comes hopping and jumping across. And then once he's on this side, he kind of lands in a crouch with his arms out for balance. And he says, Adam, come here.
Yeah, okay.
Adam.
Yeah,
Adam.
Real slow and careful, like, Maester, bring a light. I think maybe good thinking there. Just behind my right ear.
In your hair?
Sure enough, tangled in his hair, you are able to make out a needle. Like it came real close, so he's like freezing, and it's just like, so look, they're real careful. They're just behind, and you are able to fish it out very carefully, and dispose.
I think it just got stuck in your hair. It did. First, it didn't hit him. Okay, good. There, you're all right.
I think my heart still works, though. I'm holding still on purpose. Is the needle gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, all right, good. And he straightens up and still does like a pat down for more needles type of thing. Whew.
Yeah, you're all right.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah, hopefully at the end of this, there's a way to turn all that off so we don't have to do it again on the way back.
And you guys are looking into the next room, which, when you see it in Old Valyrian, is not actually prove your worth. It translates a little differently. It translates instead, and it's a very it's the same style of room, for the record, except on the far side there is a silver bowl. Looks silvery. It's hard to make out the exact metal from this side, that is built into a hexagonal pillar that holds this bowl at about waist height. Right? So it's like, I don't know, is that called a plinth? Whatever it's called, right? Like it's just one of these marble pillars, like crushed you in room 1, is sticking up about 3 feet, and on top of it is a gleaming metallic bowl. That's what you see here, right? But looking at the writing on the sides of the wall, it's not quite prove your worth. It's a very distinct Valyrian phrase that is display your value or show off your wealth, or it's that sort of vibe. The same way that like do hard work is not the same as work it, queen, right? Like it's similar words, but it's this particular type of old Valyrian that is prove your wealth, prove your value, show off your treasure. It is a phrase often used when dragon lords of old arrived somewhere and were out to look impressive, but they were decked out in, you know, Valyrian steel armor and dripping gold head to toe and covered in rubies, and right, like it's that sort of, you know, show off your swag, right? Is this
So
phrase.
you're saying Jon Connington used Google Translate and it came out a bit weird?
So that is what you are looking at on the writing on the wall, literally this time.
Interesting.
I mean,
I look at the spear, like, well, I think I have an item that would work for me.
but what do you do with it? I mean, put it in the bowl or whatever, or across the bowl, but then like you have to get to it to put it on there.
There's no evidence that walking to the bowl is dangerous.
Maybe
Is there an obvious exit out of this room or not?
Yep, the other side, same as these. They're all like blind turns, but yeah, it's the same style of room, and you can't see what's around the corner. There are some bodies here that again look to have been hacked up. They're kind of lying at the far end of the room. You think maybe he killed people like in or at the vault, and this is where bodies have like washed to as the tide pulled them over time. But yeah, like there's a couple bodies over there, but it's hard to say.
I mean, do we know for certain that Adam's saying this out loud? Like, do we know for certain that it literally wants material wealth?
I don't think we do.
We don't know.
So
What did the Valyrians value?
Dragons, magic,
Blood.
Have
Oh shit, Bela. There's something. So I mean, one, that's dark. Also, two, that there might be something to that. I hope not, though.
Of what you know of Targaryens,
Yeah, what part makes you think it wouldn't be about cutting yourself?
but there's no sign the Targaryens built this, just the Valyrians
Oh my God.
did.
Floating Robert head is awesome.
That was a fun momentary.
It just fades out the shirt and
I wish I could just be a head.
Oh.
That'd be cool.
It's like,
Wear a green shirt next time.
So, Bryce seems to be in okay spirits when Erica first talks, and like, I have a Valyrian steel weapon, I'm safe. He's like, cool. And like, he doesn't, but he otherwise does not brainstorm. Oris is certainly not brainstorming. It's the one type of storm he's not a big fan of. He's just waiting around for someone to tell him what to do. So it's, and Ferris is eagerly listening to write, but this is a PC puzzle, PC riddle.
I have a strong suspicion you're going to have to bleed into that bowl.
all right then.
I mean, I could be wrong. In which
just
case,
let Reyna walk up to it and give it a go, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, it's certainly not going to be any of our blood.
No,
Certainly not mine.
Our blood is of old Valyria as well.
Right, you guys have some old Valyrian blood too.
Yeah, I mean, Adam literally has blood of Valyria in his stuff, so.
Yeah. So
They certainly don't look like some of you.
I
mean, looks are deceiving that way. You have the same amount of Valyrian blood as I do.
Let's go to the bowl.
So you're stepping across the tiles?
Yes.
I keep calling them tiles. We know that they're not, but it just sounds good.
Yeah.
So, all right. Reyna just walks across to go to the bowl. All right. You are able to get up close to the bowl. Nothing happens. You see that it is a finely crafted, like stone plinth or whatnot. Up close to it, you can tell that this bowl is Valyrian steel. Like you
Oh.
can make out the pattern in it. The bowl is about 2 feet across and about 2 feet deep at its deepest. And you see a liquid in the bowl. It's mostly clear, but not quite. Like it's definitely not water, right? But it's close to water. But you see this liquid just kind of rippling in it. And at the bottom of the bowl, the liquid is clear enough. You can see there is a lever. Felicia, make a knowledge test.
Character sheet. Does education play into this?
Yes, in your case. For the record, I gave you the Valyrian steel for free. This is a different knowledge test.
This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
All right, so 12 plus 16.
Okay. That is a bowl of dragon bile. It's not actually dragon bile. It is a very powerful old Valyrian acid that maesters sometimes argue about whether or not it was actual dragon bile. But you know that none of it survives anywhere else. It is called dragon bile because it was said to be smoky like Valyrian steel, and you can see that sort of
Swirling through
tint
it.
to it. But you have heard your entire life, nothing can hold dragon bile but Valyrian steel. Anything else that touches it will be dissolved.
That means you'll need Valyrian steel to manipulate it.
Yep.
You want to catch?
So, do you holler this to people, or
Yeah.
do you just know
I'm
it?
going to need. I don't remember the name of the sword of the spear.
Sunfire
Sunfire.
is the spear.
And also, on the far side of the room, now that a light source is over here, you can see that it is not an open chamber to the next room. There is rough-hewn stone, the way there has been in between rooms, but the way through to the next room is completely sheer and flat and seamless.
Super. All right. Yeah, I need sunfire. There's dragon bile in this bowl, and this bowl is made of Valyrian steel.
It's probably fixed to the plinth.
Okay.
But
And there's a liver down there underneath the bile.
Oh,
So
a
I need
lever?
Valyrian steel to get to the lever.
Oh, lever. Okay, I thought you said a liver. I'm like, oh.
Lever.
I thought
not
she
liver.
said lover.
Oh, thank goodness it doesn't want blood. I'm really not looking forward to having to bleed into it.
Black Bryce does not volunteer his Valyrian steel-headed axe, probably because of the size of the bowl, and because he just doesn't volunteer giving his axe to anybody very easily.
Yeah.
So
He's not required to anyway.
yeah. So it sounds like it's down to Bela and Sunfire.
Okay. My first preference would be just to hand it over. I don't know the distance here. Would I be able to just reach out?
You could toss it and slide it across the floor. It's a little undignified, but the Targaryens and Valyrians probably aren't watching.
I'm watching.
Okay.
I reckon Bela just sort of tossed it sort of sideways, like.
I mean, it's been ages since you two played Spearsy Throwsies.
right?
Yeah. I'll just come over and join you.
All right.
Seems
Okay.
sensible.
Bela is able to walk across without anything happening.
Okay. But I will hand you Sunfire since you requested it.
Oh, thank you. Look. I do want her to see, though. Look at this bowl. This is a lot of Valyrian steel.
It's a very valuable bowl here.
Oris,
Alright, so...
Oris nudges Luke. How come they didn't go hopping and such?
This floor isn't trapped.
Oh. Oris ambles over. Nothing happens.
I
Yeah,
follow.
I guess at this point,
I
like
think-
Adam is also
I
going to
think
come
the
over.
danger zone for this one is like right here. In the
Yeah.
bowl.
I guess Adam will amble closer but stay out of the danger zone.
Like the splash zone.
Bryce goes last, and this time he does saunter, like it was his idea all along. So the room is clear, and yeah, you guys are all around this bowl.
I like
it's
his
It's a
style.
bowl of
Alright.
kind of
I'm gonna-
smoky water. There's no way to describe this liquid than smoky water, and sure enough, you can see this. There's some sort of like little lever down in the bottom.
Alright, I'm gonna take Sunspear or Sunfire.
Yep.
Stick it in there. Try to lever the lever.
All right. We have described Sunfire before as having a pretty long spearhead, so you're not having to like dip the the wooden part in or anything like that. That said, there is a hissing noise, and as you pull it out, some of the gilded points on Sunfire are gone. The gold accents that were like painted on and a little filigree, it's gone. There's a hissing noise, and the acid bubbles the tiniest little bit, and when those bubbles are gone, there's nothing left floating in the acid. There's no like detritus. It's like that shit was just never there. And you do feel a satisfying little click as you don't wiggle it even that much. I was just exaggerating, right? There's a little click, and you pull it out, and the spearhead is gleaming and new looking,
It's so clean.
as though you had like oiled and polished a normal steel, right? It gets that shimmer to it again. But yeah, like the gilded bits that were around the head, like you had like a sun up there and stuff, like that shit's just gone. It's just pure Valyrian steel up there, and not a droplet sticks to it. It's almost like how sometimes you can put stuff in like an oil and pull it out, and nothing at all sticks. Nothing sticks to it. The acid, the bile is completely undisturbed, as though it was not touched. There's no like ripples through it. It did feel a little thicker than water when you put it in. This is creepy magic old Valyria shit. But also, after that lever is clicked, you guys hear a very soft rumble sound, and that sheer stone wall blocking the way slides up, and you see the next chamber.
Do you reckon that ball's fixed in place? just very quietly, like.
It must be, and with some sort of reservoir system built into it. It's not a solid marble pillar that it's on. Some of the Associ have these impossible water jugs, they call them, that have types of piping and secondary reservoirs in the middle. The Tyroshi use them to poison. If they tilt it one way, it pours a safe liquid, and if they cover a hole in the handle and pour again, it pours a venom. This entire pillar must be a reservoir of dragon's bile that refills. No doubt when the tide comes in, the bowl drains into the reservoir, and then as the tide goes out and the traps are reset, it must link somehow to the level of the dragon's bile. It sounds like really creepy old Valyrian magic plumbing stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, like I'm just gonna be like that is absolutely fascinating, and also
Counterweights and vacuums, just the craziest witchcraft.
And for the record, this shit is all real. There's a really cool YouTube channel that does old stuff like this, but like in China, they have this like
I've seen
teapot that has little ornamental holes. But if you plug one of the holes, then certain chamber does not drain. So you pour yourself stuff, pour other stuff, and you have like 3 different liquids in there that you decide what comes out. And I'm like, man, people are awful.
so ingenious.
Right? But it's just like somebody had to stop and think, how do I make a teapot that I get right? And I'm just like, damn. And like this is old shit. So yeah, it's that level of that level of engineering.
I think it was mostly just an aside, and then Ferris was just spoiled his fun with his facts.
Yeah, and he's sketching it. He's got a sketch of like what it looks like, and then he's got a sketch of what might be like a cross section of it that he has drawn. And yeah, like he's having fun because nobody reached in to try and flip the lever. Spoiler alert. If you burn a destiny point, you only get the maimed quality.
Wow.
Like it burns through you before you can reach the bottom. Is how they just like, no, it just doesn't work. You can't stick anything in there that it does not dissolve. So
wow.
That's horrific.
So
But you can't blame me. You can't blame me for wanting to take a chunk of Valyrian steel out of here. But
next, so that is the.
No one said we're leaving it. We're just coming back with 40 engineers, and we're gonna fucking mine this whole place out.
So that is the prove your worth, prove your value, display your wealth type of thing. So you proved you had Valyrian steel. The door is opened. The next chamber is not quite the same. It's a very similar layout. It's the same sort of hexagonal vibe, but now built into the wall, 3 layers deep throughout, are crypts. There are bodies here, kind of Skyrim Draugr style. They're on like just these open shelves. That's these guys. There are bodies here that you know that have been prepared in old Valyrian style, and it could be various highborn people. You don't recognize these names. It's clearly a Valyrian tongue. The little plaques next to each that plaque etchings in it. But these are old Valyrian houses that did not survive the doom. They must have come here prior to the fall of Old Valyria, when this place was established as a tomb. But you only recognize the name Targaryen out of these. The rest are clearly Valyrian. There's a Valerion there from House Valerion. But yeah, these are dragon lords or their servants, could be, that are buried here, or some sort of sacrifice for somebody that they buried elsewhere. Servants to follow them into the afterlife. But then they had Targaryen servants, which I guess could happen because it was Old Valyria. You were one house of many. But yeah, so there's bodies just lying 3 to a side in here, about 3 deep. So there's 18 bodies in total, 9 on each wall, and then etched on the ceiling within view in Old Valyrian is "Pay your respects," and you can just barely make it out. And at the far side of the room, again, is a short marble plinth with a gleaming metallic bowl atop it.
So is that clearly part of this room?
So, yeah, same room. Just like the last room had that, this has that. It's otherwise the same except for the bodies. Yeah, and then it's got a little marble thing with a big gleaming metallic bowl.
So I guess Adam's going to be sort of searching his memory, and probably Ferris's too, of like Valyrian like funerary rites. Like, how did the old Valyrians like give respect to the dead?
They tended to drain all the fluids out so that they would not rot. And if they were not given to fire, which Targaryens favored, then they were entombed with great riches and servants, slaves to serve them in the afterlife, and to display ostentatiously their wealth on their way out the door. So, like, this is not the main tomb room. From looking at it, none of these people are singled out compared to the rest. So this is like the antechamber to the tomb. This is servants and slaves and loyal bannermen that were sacrificed as part of the funerary rites for somebody buried deeper in here.
Right. So do you think then? Do we need to pay respect to these people as well, or just the ones in the next room? Do you think?
I don't know.
Raina's not here to make the call.
She had to run AFK real quick,
So
she'll be back.
I'm interested in looking into that bowl again to see if there's a similar mechanism in it.
Good idea.
It is not Valyrian steel. It is some less noble metal, but something that would, still look good after all these years. And there is a very small slot at the bottom that goes down into the pillar. Very small and very narrow. Perhaps a knife blade or the like. No liquid in this one.
Okay.
Or like narrower or wider than, like, say, like a gold coin?
Yeah, you'd think a gold coin would probably be about right.
Does anyone have a gold dragon on?
So, has anyone besides Bela gone across to go look?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll go.
yeah. I'll go
Everybody,
across.
okay. With your light sources on this side of the room, you can again see that the bend up ahead is covered by a sheer stone surface. So it looks like it's another where you've got to unlock something.
I do have a few gold dragons on me.
I mean, I think it looks about the right size for one, but I don't know for certain that that's what it wants. But I can't think of anything else, really.
Well,
I guess
we
I'll
find
look
this
at-
hoard. One dragon won't matter. Why don't you try it? I'll give you one.
All right, put it in there.
I guess I'm also looking to see, like, is the actual, like, person we're meant to be paying respects to in this bit of the room?
You don't see any sign of that. Like, you just see pay your respects. The names that you see are, like, you're not recognize anybody from history books, but again, most of them you don't even remember. These houses are centuries dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, you suspect that it's just I don't know.
Yeah.
In respects to
All right.
Well,
Going in.
I mean, regardless, it's all symbolically going into this receptacle anyway. So
who's doing what?
I'm popping a coin into the slot.
Okay. Lucaris drops a what coin?
A gold dragon.
All right, a gold dragon into the slot. And you guys hear a series of metallic clinks and a low rumble, and the sheer stone surface blocking the doorway slides upwards. So you suspect there's all sorts of pulleys and counterweights all around you, and as it slides upwards, it reveals another doorway. This one has the full Old Valyrian alphabet on it, inlaid in the door in a grid. It's and upon careful-ish inspection, which you guys are able to do fairly quickly, they are movable. There are the slightest of seams around these letters. They look like buttons. The same way that the tiles out there were triggers, all of these letters are buttons, and it's the full array of Old Valyrian tongue.
Spell your name.
So Yeah, I think you need to put.
I will press an R first.
No.
Nothing happens.
Okay. Does it have any give?
Yes, like it goes in about a quarter inch, and then it doesn't come. Like it goes in, and then it takes it a few seconds, and it slowly eases back out.
Is there a space bar anywhere?
No,
Okay.
It might only need the first name.
I'll try the
Surname.
first name first. So I'm
Surname.
gonna spell on Renus.
you okay? Again, they inset for a moment, and then they slowly kind of ease back out.
And then if nothing happens at the end of that, I will do Targaryen.
Yeah.
You slide it in, stay there, working your way through, and as you put in the last N, there at the end of it, there is a metallic click, and this wall slowly slides upwards, and the wall behind it, or the wall that was in front of it, slowly slides downwards, and they hang overhead at a little over waist height. You need to bow to enter.
Oh, that's not a problem.
I just made that part up because I thought it was pretty cool. So yeah, you
Alright.
can.
I bow and go in.
Yeah, let's go in.
Yeah,
So what we
obviously,
got?
I'll wait till she's gone in first, and then do that to come after.
He's like, I wait to see if the door is slammed shut and cut her in half.
Well, I was more being respectful, but yeah, that too.
That's a factor.
Sometimes you get two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it happens. You are in the tomb, and there's no doubt of this. It is etched into the ceiling and inlaid in silver so that it is stark and gleaming dark against the white stone. Because remember, this has all been like white stone around you. This is the tomb of Corlys Targaryen III. Some Targaryen king. You have not heard that name. Corlys is certainly a Valyrian name you've heard before, but this is the tomb of Corlys Targaryen III. And you see, first, a marble tomb that is lifted up, and it's etched with flame all around it. And inlaid in the etchings is like copper and brass and bronze and gold, so that as it catches torchlight, it looks like flame. So it looks like the body is wrapped in flames, right? And it's
Cool.
small little ribbons of each metal, so there's some texture and layers to it also. And it looks like the body is in flames. And you see beyond the body, in this big, perfectly hexagonal room with the body in the center, on the far side of the body, you see chests in old Valyrian style, 3 of them that are of that particular build, that are laying there open with coins catching the light. 1 of gold and 2 of silver. And near them, kind of beneath each of those chests, are more bodies done up like the ones out in the hall. So it looks like his favorite couple of servants are in here and are represented by that wealth. But everywhere else, very, very studiously, little gnat, sorry, on this side of the tomb, right? The far side of the tomb has just that. Those 3 bodies and those 3 open chests gleaming with coin. This side of the tomb with a straight walkway to the body, and that's about it, right? The rest of it is all piled onto the left and right on the front half of the tomb. Oris goes, wine. And sure enough, you smell wine. And stacked stacked, 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 are wine barrels with the Targaryen seal painted on them. All on this half of the room and off to one side, or off to both sides.
This is it.
Remember from the letters, this is how he smuggled the wealth out.
It was in
They
wine
emptied
barrels.
wine barrels and filled them with coin and treasures and writs, etc., etc.
Okay, so they aren't literally wine. They've got other stuff in them.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
'Cause I
they
had a
are.
moment I was like, if that wine is centuries old, then it's not going to be
They are-
drinkable.
They are
What was
barrels.
important to him.
They are barrels for wine that still the
Got it.
chamber reeks of wine
Yeah.
because these barrels have been in here for 20 years now.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's fine. I got confused. That's all.
you have found the dragon's hoard, and we will end the episode there.
Ah.
You made it.
Yay.
Awesome.
These are the wine barrels taken from the Targaryen wine cellars from under the nose of Mad King Aerys, filled with the Targaryen treasury and smuggled out of King's Landing prior to it being sacked by the blood of Old Valyria, coupled with those loyal to the blood of Old Valyria. This is the treasure secreted by Jothos Valerian, aided by Hand of the King Jon Connington and the Master of Whispers. You have recovered the dragon's hoard. Or rather, you have found it, and now it needs
Time
to
to
be
bring it
recovered.
home.
Now.
awesome.
Now.
I mean, now we need to figure out how we're getting this stuff back out, particularly those first two chambers. That was fun.
Excavating equipment. We're just going to come through and take the whole mountain out.
So good job. Congratulations. The hoard is yours. We will go over some of it as you start to maybe open next session.
Right.
Sorry, went a couple minutes late today, but I wasn't going to not get you to this chamber. So
Thank
here we
you.
are,
We were posting up
everybody.
already anyway. Yeah.
Yep. So well done. Excellent work. Lady
That was awesome.
Targaryen and her Nymaryen family. You guys have done well. The hoard is yours, and we will be back in 2 weeks.
Nice.
Bye.
Great.
Bye.
Bye,
I
everybody.
can't believe I bought a whole dragon's hoard of one coin.